Oh my gosh, look at all these beautiful faces here. Have you guys got a chance to check each other out? Take a look around. We got an amazing group so far. I'm super excited to be a part of this event. And I know that it's really going to bring us all a lot closer together. You'll have to pardon me, I have a lot of note cards here. I'm one of those people that is obviously over-prepared. I also get very nervous, so just bear with me. So, how exciting is it today that we are part of this amazing event that is bringing awareness to these sacred plants? It's truly time that they become a part of society and they are acknowledged appropriately worldwide. I know we're going to be talking a lot about the stigma that is placed on them, and I literally just saw on the way over here, I was searching DMT on Instagram, and it literally was like a warning came up, and it said, "This is an illegal drug. Please be aware because this is dangerous that you're searching for it." And like at the same time, I think there was like a commercial on the radio for like Zoloft or something. So, you know, it's just an interesting world that we're living in right now. And I definitely think that we need to be, you know, looking at these plants as something that obviously are helping us in a completely different way. They're not numbing our problems out. So yeah, it's truly time to acknowledge them in the way that they need to be acknowledged. And I'm sure so many of you in here already know this possibility and how amazing that they are. And I wonder what awareness awaits us all today. And for those that are still questioning this, I wonder what it is that you came here to hear today, so that you can actually believe that notion that these plants are here to help us all. So keep your ears open and really listen to the people that are talking. Now, before I get into the intention setting, which is kind of what I'm doing, I am going to talk a little bit about myself because this is the only time that I'm going to be up here in front of you guys today. And I've had such amazing, profound experiences with these plants, and I use them regularly to help me in the work that I do. My name is Brittany Rogozinski. I'm an intuitive body worker, and I work in the shamanic and spiritual community. I've actually just came back to Pittsburgh after kind of being in California for a while. I studied with some traditional shamans, some white shamans, which I don't really know what to call them, and I'm also self-taught. But I'm super grateful to have finally connected with all of you guys here. What I've learned through my experience with these plants, I mean, it literally is life-changing. See, I thought I knew what healing was before plant medicine. Like, in fact, I actually I thought I was healed. I'm not gonna lie. Thought I was healed and I thought I knew everything. These plants, these sacred plants, showed me I had no idea what healing was, and I had no idea what was possible on this planet. These sacred substances are just beyond, and I know I can only speak from personal experience, but one night was all it took for me to connect with God, myself, in this planet in a way that I never could before. And that's a lot to be said, considering I spent over $100,000 on self-help prior to that. And it seemed that one night did way more than that. And so that one night really reminded me of, like, not only how important this planet is, but how important humanity is and our collective healing. That night shifted my perspective. I was so me-focused. And now I am we-focused. Like, this is so much bigger than us, and these plants really, truly show people that. What's so crazy is I know that these plants want us all to heal collectively, and they desire us to connect with our true selves, this planet, and really stop numbing our problems out. And that's why I'm so excited about this lineup that we have today and these amazing speakers that we have that are going to share this possibility and so much more. I want every speaker here to know that you are a vessel for these plants to speak through and the earth to speak through. And I am absolutely honored to be amongst you guys. Like literally, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that we have this possibility today. Thank you so much, Gina and Justin and Doug and whoever else I'm leaving out. Sure, a lot of people. And so with that, let's get into a little bit of intention setting and connecting with our bodies a little bit more. So just take a couple deep breaths. Try to relax. Take a few moments to just really feel your whole body. Really connect with the ground beneath your feet and the earth under it. There's nowhere to be but here. There's nothing to do but to be present in this moment. Take another deep breath. Let's just let the energy of this moment completely encapsulate you. And so today, let's ask to remain open-hearted and open-minded, to listen in a way that we've never listened before, to connect in a way we've never connected before, to receive from the spirit of these plants in a way that we never have before, to ask questions in a way that we've never asked questions before. I truly wonder how many walls and barriers we can break down today so that we can receive from each other in ways that we never have before. What if today could be the day that we shift into a higher perspective together? What if today was the day that you finally found the community, the connections, and the answers you were looking for? I'm going to pause right now and just give you guys a moment so that you can set your own personal intentions internally. So just take a moment. What are your intentions for today? What are you here for? What did you desire when you signed up for this event? Put your intentions and your questions out there so the universe can respond to you. Because it will. It will today. I just know. There's literally so many new possibilities, connections, and resources in your future today. The answers are here, and you're here for a reason. And so with that, I'm going to conclude my portion. Thank you guys so much. Again, I am so honored, and I'm going to invite my magical friend Quest up here so he can continue to ground you all a little bit more.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Again, Quest. So we're going to do a quick exercise. We're going to work with our energy within our bodies just to send some positive vibes to everybody. Okay? What we're going to focus on are the meridians. So the meridians are energy channels that we have in our body. Acupuncturists actually focus on the meridian points when they use the needles in your body to release, stagnant energy, open up those channels to bring some positive things in. So that's what we're going to focus on. And then I'm a Reiki master teacher, so I'm going to send some positive vibes to you if you are open to receiving that. So that's pretty much what we're going to do. So let's sit up nice and tall, have the spine elongated, okay, feet level. If you want, you can place your hands on your knees right now. Just take a moment to close your eyes, okay? I'm going to guide you through some breath as well throughout the whole time. Just take a moment to continue to reset into your body right now. All right? So the first meridian that we're going to focus on is the K27, that is the top of the kidney meridian. So you're going to take your hands and start at your collarbone, just move them slightly underneath the fall, find that hollow point, okay? When you get here, there's a couple things that you can do. You can either thump like this, or you can just gently tap, okay? So we're gonna start this, tapping or thumping, and you're going to inhale through your nose and exhale out the mouth, all right? We're gonna do that at each meridian point. We're only gonna hit about 5. So this meridian point is the on button, okay? This is what we're gonna start to do our wake up with our energy. So let's go ahead and start thumping right underneath the collarbone. Just inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. One last time, inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Right, so now we're going to move our hands to the center of our chest. You can just use one hand if you want, you can use both. We're going to do some thumping here. Okay, this is the thymus gland, the upper heart chakra. Right, this is good for bringing strength, vitality forward. Good for your immune system. So let's go ahead and start thumping here. Inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Again, inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. One last time, inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Okay, so the next area that we're going to move to is our lower rib, okay, right underneath your chest, your breast area, just that lower rib right there. You're just going to start that thumping right there, okay, and again, we're going to inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Go ahead and breathe in a couple more times. I just want to explain to you what this meridian is good for. So this is actually the spleen energy. It's good for assimilating your experiences, your thoughts, emotions. Our body keeps score, right? It's good for integrating things that you need to bring into your body. Positive thoughts, emotions, experiences after your journeys with whatever medicine or modality that you're using, okay? So from here, we're going to move down to our stomach meridian, okay? It's kind of funny, the stomach meridian is right underneath the eyes. So we're just going to take your 2 fingers, do some tapping here. Again, inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Again, inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. So this is good for grounding that energy that we just brought forward. It's being sent to our feet, we're grounding that energy. So now, what we're going to do, you're going to work with your own energy another way. We're going to work with I guess you can call it an energy ball. That's what I like to call it. Okay, this is something that I teach all of my Reiki students if you haven't done this before. So you just want to take your hands, put them together, just rub them together, with the back of your hands, individual fingers. What we're doing right now is just generating energy in our hands. Okay, go ahead and stop. So now what you're going to do is slowly bring your hands apart. You're just going to cup them, just like this, okay? Go ahead and close your eyes. You should start to feel a line of energy from your left palm to your right palm. It might be real subtle, it might be dense. But you're just going to play with that energy that we created in our hands. You can just cup it, bring your hands closer, back and forth, move it around a little bit. Right now, we're just playing with our own energy. Everybody has the ability to do this. Okay, so if you would like to receive some Reiki, which is universal life force energy, it's all around us. Trees, plants, animals, they're all breathing it in. I will send you some energy. So what you can do is just put your hands towards me, and I'm going to send my hands towards you if you would like to receive the universal life force energy. Okay, it's clean, it's not mine. We're going to look at it like a bucket of clean water being poured into our body, which holds a lot of blood and things. So that's all you're getting, okay? What you'll do here is just breathe in and out through the nose at your own pace, and be open to receiving positive vibes and energy. Just continue to allow the breath to guide you through. And be open to receiving this positive energy wherever you might need it. We'll be here for a couple of minutes. So continue to breathe in and out through the nose. Be open to receive what you like. And stay here for about 10 more breaths, okay? In and out through the nose. Go ahead and start to bring your hands over your heart space. Show yourself that love that you have for yourself. It's important to have that self-love and self-care. Love starts with us before we can give to anybody else. So we just want to take a moment to acknowledge ourselves for all of the hard work that we do every single day in our life. I also invite you to go ahead and say something positive to yourself in this moment, okay? To be anything. Say it in your mind. It's a positive affirmation, a compliment to yourself. I invite you to do that. Right. So the last thing that we're going to do, we're going to work with our central meridian and the governing meridian. So the central is the largest meridian in the front. The governing meridian is the largest in the back. So we're going to take your middle finger, place it on your belly button, And then your other middle finger, place it on your third eye. You're going to lift up your third eye just a little bit. And right here, we're going to take 7 breaths together as a collective. Okay? I'll guide you through it. Just in through the nose and out the mouth. Let's go ahead and start with our inhale. Exhale out the mouth. Inhale through the nose. Exhale out. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. And the last one. Inhale. And then exhale. Go ahead and gently place your hands onto your knees, onto your lap. And I'd like to thank you for participating in our opening ceremony. Thank you, Gina, for involving me in ENTHEOCON. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you, sending you love. I love each and every one of you. And I'm going to pass it off to Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. It's really, really nice to be here. And thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Quest. Thanks, Gina, Justin, and everyone here who's participating and sharing and just being in this space of honesty and of peace and of learning. My name is Sarah, and I'm an artist and an educator, and we're here today to really open our minds and to think creatively about all the things that we're bringing here today, which are patterns that have been just on repeat in your mind. Today we're taking a minute to pause that and to allow ourselves to think about something new, to create new patterns. And that's change, and that's growth, and that's expansion. So the art that you're seeing on the floor here, this is a piece that really represents shifting mindsets, shifting the way that we've been approaching and thinking about ourselves, about the people that we interact with, the world around us. So today we're coming together and we're starting now to think about what does it mean to be creative, right? Creative is shifting our mindset and thinking about something new, inventing something that wasn't there before. So in order for all of us to start moving into a different awareness about how these medicines, how this information can not only be transformative for us, but for the community, for us together as a culture, as a humanity, as a human race, we're starting here with creativity. And we're starting by thinking about what are we bringing here today that is no longer serving us? What stigmas are in your mind that you've been hearing from culture, from friends, from people who are maybe fearful or unknowing about this new plant medicine or the new discoveries that we're making? So today what we're doing, you are all sitting on your chairs, you have a Post-it note and a pen. So what I'm going to ask you to do is take a moment and write something that you're bringing here today. It could be a stigma, it could be a fear, it could be like a struggle or something that you know, maybe someone that you're that's in your life or something that's personal to you. Again, just take a moment, write that down, fill up maybe 1 or 2. And while we're doing that, to just be in a place of calm and quiet. Maybe you want to focus again on your breath, on your inhale and your exhale. And on the inhale, you're filling up with clean, fresh, bright, new air, energy, and exhaling the stale, fearful energy out. Keep taking some deep breaths in, coming into a place of quiet reflection, of openness, in a receiving space to hear and to really, really start to know from an inside out. When you feel ready, you can either exit your row like from the right or to the left and bring that Post-it up and just place it anywhere on the artwork. So what we're going to be doing is filling up this artwork, this creative, open, exploratory piece filling it up with those stigmas, and at the end of the day, as we go about our day, learning, reflecting, communing with one another, we're going to replace those stigmas with something new that we've learned. So again, we're dropping our fears, our stigmas, our ideas, our misperceptions, and whatever it is that we're carrying. We're going to drop it right here on this artwork. It's not yours to carry anymore. Whenever you're ready. And by naming it and putting it on the artwork, again, it's no longer yours to have to carry it anymore. You can release it, you can allow it to evolve and grow throughout your day. Right, we're shifting the energy by doing this. We're naming it, we're releasing it, we're coming together. Thank you. Thanks for your honesty and participation. Maybe while you're sitting in your chair, again, just tap into your breathing, start to notice how you're feeling, what's coming up. And I'm just going to conclude the way the quest concluded. I'm just sending you all just peace and love and gratitude. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and placing them on the artwork. And just thank you, Gina. And I look forward to experiencing this day of learning and healing and growth with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, now we're feeling good. We're getting started. Thank you all so much for that. That's feeling really, really good. I want us to also realize that there's a lot of language and ways that we talk about psychedelics that may be new to some of us. And so before we start diving into a lot of these topics, I'm going to ask Dr. Saad to please come up to the stage and just talk with us a little bit about some of the things that we're going to be hearing and learning and making sure that we all understand the language around it.
Wow. Hey, everyone. Nice to see everyone here today. Thank you, Gina, Justin, and team for putting this all together. Thank you to the amazing speakers that came right before me. And thank you all for showing up. And the fact that you're here, holy crap. It's a beautiful day on a Saturday, and we're an amazing church, amazing venue with amazing people, learning about a sort of controversial subject. But I'm sure that we're all pretty curious about what the heck psychedelics are, who are these people in the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania community trying to bring the conversation forward. And you're going to see there's a lot of celebrities here in the space. We have Dr. Anna McLean, who I look up to tremendously. We have just amazing folks. So you're going to learn a lot today. Please, throughout the entire day, ask questions. We came here because we ask questions. We want to understand. We want to learn. So this presentation that I'll be leading here in a moment is really just like a very basic crash course on psychedelics. I was asked to do a 10-minute overview on psychedelics. It's like, whoa, it's almost, I feel like, rude to the ethos and spirit of the movement. But I think this is going to be a great start, and just to get some basic terminology now. So here we go. So our sponsors today, thank you to our sponsors. We have the Center for Psychedelic Education, the Plant Media Project, Silo Health, Empathic Health, and Easy Street. And then we have our media partner, the City Scene. So thank you to all of those amazing groups. My name is Dr. Sada Olimat. I am a pharmacist here out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I am licensed here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as a pharmacist. I manage a pharmacy. I'll be managing a CVS here shortly. And yes, nice to the face, right? I co-founded the Psychedelic Pharmacists Association. Thank you, Andy in the back, for volunteering today. He's also a pharmacist here in Pennsylvania. I am a board director of the Allegheny County Pharmacists Association, and I am the former vice president of the Psychedelic Club of Pittsburgh. And I know we have amazing members here today in the audience as well. So today we're going to get into psychedelics, a little crash course 101. We're going to talk about sort of a very rough overview of what psychedelics are, the value and what setting is, preparation, dose day, and integration. Just the main points. So what are psychedelics? Psychedelics broken down translates to psyche, being soul or mind, and delos, being to manifest or reveal. So roughly translating to mind manifesting agents. Here, pictured below are a variety of organisms that hold psychedelic compounds, or maybe a capsule that has a synthetic compound in it. So these will include like ayahuasca, which has the dimethyltryptamine and dimethyltryptamine component as a psychedelic compound. We have MDMA, we have LSD, we have mescaline-containing cacti, or my favorite personally, psilocybin-containing mushrooms. So set. So set is roughly translating to the mindset, or the mindset a person has leading up to their dose state or psychedelic experience. It's extremely important that we understand the mindset that we are going into with the experience. That means setting healthy, open intentions. That means optimizing this mindset. So what is that? You have to understand, who you are going into the experience. It's a lot of reflecting, and it's a lot of work. People think that the dose day itself is where the work's at, but the work comes as soon as you know that you're going to be taking the psychedelic. That's what you're preparing for. Period. And then that preparation process means optimizing your mindset, your set. Setting is the environment that one is going to be in during their dose day. So this can be, for example, if you're looking at more of the clinical controlled setting, that's going to be like a warm room with session monitors present to help support your dose day. But it can also be in the Amazonian jungles where you're going to be with shamans. So that setting, that environment, is your physical environment. It's going to be the cultural, political climate at the time, and it's going to be the people that are going to be supporting your experience that are there physically. So we talked a bit about set and setting, and I really want to talk about, again, preparation. So for me as a pharmacist, it's about, okay, how can we reduce risks, right? Psychedelics, most of the psychedelics, are very physiologically safe, but they can be psychologically risky. Yeah, they can have their risks. And this risk can be essentially like a bad trip or a challenging experience. Some people will say, oh, there's no such thing as a bad trip, right? You can learn from it. But then you have people that get into schizophrenic paranoia tendencies that can be really damaging and almost traumatizing if they're not prepared enough for the experience, if they haven't done a risk assessment to understand whether or not they can safely consume the psychedelic. Another thing that I really like to look at are potential drug-drug interactions. So depending on the psychedelic, here in the 21st century, a lot of us are on different medications. And for folks that are struggling with depression, with anxiety, they did their part going to the current medical system to get support. And now they're on a benzodiazepine, an SSRI, SNRI, a variety of different psychotropic medications. So what are the risks, potential risks, associated with mixing these medications with these classical psychedelics? So a formal risk assessment with a psychedelic-friendly clinician, practitioner, can go a long way in making sure that you are safe for your dosing or your journey. Again, optimizing your set and understanding your set. You want to know what you have in store for you during your dosing. In some of the clinical trials, they actually have role-playing to where the participants before their dose day would come on site, see the room, they would lay in bed, and they would actually model what the day looks like, so that way they have a better understanding of what to expect with the dose day. Setting intentions, not expectations. So of course you want to expect that your person supporting you during your dose day, whether they be a trip sitter, a facilitator guide, you want to expect that they are doing their due diligence to make sure that you are a priority for that dose day. So when I say not setting expectations, it means not going into the experience thinking, oh, I really want to just cure my depression. I want to resolve all of my childhood traumas. Like, that's where you potentially set yourself up for a very underwhelming experience, and it may lead you to disappointment if you haven't, if those key insights or downloads from the dose day didn't come up to resolve the issues that you had expected to resolve. So setting open intentions similar to today, just gratitude, wanting to experience what the experience has to offer us, learn from whatever we're tapping into. Like those are a bit more open-ended intentions that can be a little less disappointing if you didn't get what you want. And then lastly, establishing a support system. Look around. If we're all local to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, look around and if you see someone, talk to them. Who knows who your friend, your colleague, or who your peer supporter could potentially be in the room. So a support system goes a long way. That means if you feel comfortable talking to family about this, to friends about it, so that way they have you in mind going to your dose day. And I really think it's important that, and we're going to talk about integration in a moment, that you have an integration group readily available to help you process the experience after your dose day happens. So the dose day. So this can vary depending on the person. There's a lot of different interesting routes to when it comes to your dose day, depending on the medicine, again, the setting, your intentions. But the main things here would be having supportive characters. So whether that be a peer supporter, whether that be a guide, facilitator, shaman, psychotherapist there, medical monitors, whatever that supportive character is, that's generally more of the safe route. Some people like to solo journey, and I don't recommend that, especially for first timers. So having supportive characters to help process the experience, help ground you if de-escalation is required, can go a long way in safety for the dose day itself. Creative outlets. We have artwork, right? We have different ways to tap into self-expression. That is absolutely wonderful to help curate the experience. So having journals out, pens, papers, artwork, colors, maybe a microphone for dictation while you're under the experience. But that means also limiting variables. So one of the most distracting things are phones. Put your phone on airplane mode. You don't want to be having this profound mystical experience, tapping into all these sources of consciousness, and you get a notification on Pinterest. Oh, check out my awesome room. Like limit as many variables as possible. And that means not ghosting in traffic. That means being in a controlled room with people who support you, where generally, hopefully, everyone in the household understands that this is a sacred day for you. This is an important day. This isn't just a party recreational experience. It can be, and I support cognitive liberty to the max, but it means that doing so responsibly and safely. And then music. Music is a great way to help influence the arcs of the experience. Being able to listen to non-lyrical music, whether that be classical to more percussion-based, ceremonial-based music, that can be extremely impactful for the journey as well. Terence McKenna doesn't recommend that. Terence McKenna mentions to do this in silent darkness, focusing on the back of the eyelids. So to each their own. And lastly, we have integration. So wonderful. You've gotten through the preparation phase. You've maximized your set. You've understood your setting. Now you have this dose day. What the heck do I do about these ideas, these insights, these downloads? Integrate them, right? Integrate them. And that means finding an integration specialist, a therapist who is trained in psychedelic therapy, or finding a peer support group. The Psychedelic Club offers a monthly peer support group, I believe at the Shenley Park now. So every month we can come and talk about their psychedelic experiences with a very supportive group to help make meaning out of the insights that have come up. We host integration workshops at Silo Health every month. Currently, we offer 2 general integration workshops for any attendee. We offer a monthly women's workshop, a monthly veterans workshop, and then a breathwork for integration workshop. So we offer 5 free workshops every month for people that want to just have accessible integration support for the collaborative meaning making of one's experience. And then those insights, again, it's applying them to your day-to-day life. If you go into the experience and you have these novel shifts in perspective and you don't do anything about them, it's like, again, cognitive liberty to the max. But then if you get into this habit of, repetitive journeying, is this a form of escapism, or are you really trying to self-actualize and have a direct impact on benefiting yourself and your community? And I asked that as a rhetorical question. So with that, that's a rough crash course on a psychedelics overview. There's so much more. We're going to get into a lot of heavy, important, interesting, and fun conversations today. I really invite you all to please talk to the people that have set up booths here, because they are doing wonderful work. And thank you all again for being here today. Again, my name is Saad. Please feel free to come to me at any time. I'd love to meet every single one of you today if we have the time. And I believe we have the after party at 7 p.m. at Mr. Small's. So if this environment doesn't feel comfortable for you to engage and talk, come to the Mr. Small's event, dress down, relax, and we'll talk, we'll connect, and let's try to make meaning out of all these crazy things that are coming up right now. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really excited and grateful to be here. Thank you all for listening to me talk, and I will stop talking now.
Thank you, Dr. Saad. And yes, Silo Health does a lot of really awesome online sessions. So you can be anywhere in the world and be able to tune in for these integration sessions. So thank you so much for that. We're going to get started with our first session, Healing for Marginalized Populations. So I'd ask for anyone on that panel to please come up to the front. And how this is going to work is we're going to let everybody that's a part of this panel speak a moment, introduce themselves, and talk about what. Yeah, come on up. I know there's a couple of y'all. Where's Quest? Come on. Okay, you can just kind of sit up here. We have 2 mics that you can use, and we're just going to go through some introductions, and we're going to start diving into some questions. Now, this is where it really matters that you guys know this is supposed to be interactive. So we hope that, we've got some really great people behind us. So once we kind of get the conversation going, really, it doesn't have to even be a question as much as if you have a thought or something to contribute. And you can either stand there in your space, or you can feel free to come up and use the mic, and I'll help you and call you up. So if you want to go up, we didn't really get to meet Quest. He did some great grounding for us, but now we're going to learn more about him. Yeah, just do that right now.
All right, I'm back. You're gonna see a lot of you. I'm actually performing at the after party tonight, so you want to come through. I got a nice surprise for y'all. So my name is Jonathan Brown. I go by Quest. I'm here local in Pittsburgh. I like to consider myself a channel for healing through arts and wellness. When I say arts, that's either through music, photography, creative writing. That's, for me, was the first journey through my healing, right? I'm a hip hop artist in Pittsburgh, so that's where the name Quest came from. I've been around for a little bit. So again, like I said, you see that at the after party if you decide to come through. I hope you do. So the wellness piece comes in about 4 years ago. My life got turned upside down, really. I've been going to therapy for a little bit, which was also part of my healing journey. It was definitely something new for me. I came up in a family that didn't believe in stepping out and talking to a therapist about your issues. We just kept it indoors at home, right? And obviously, you may or may not realize how much trauma and stuff can build up. So therapy started first, and then my mother passed away. My mom raised me. She passed away unexpectedly in 2018, October 11th. She had a heart attack, out the blue, super healthy. That's when my whole life flipped into the wellness. I got into a really, really deep, dark space. My only child, my dad wasn't around, so I felt like I lost my entire world. That's actually when, first time I explored in psychedelics. I was always taught, don't do this is crazy, it's not for you, only white people do it, blah, 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 blah. After she passed away, I went to Amsterdam. It was on the whim. 3 days after she passed away, that's when I tried it. I came back and got into meditation, yoga, Reiki. I found several teachers along my path. I've been blessed to find the right teacher to teach me the modality that I was looking for and just build a support system along the way. So that's a little bit about me. I'm a Reiki master teacher, do a little bit of shamanic work, just a number of healing modalities that I like to bring and give to the people here. It's my purpose. I realize that now. So again, I'm just a channel for that. I don't really like to consider myself a healer because sometimes people can take that and say, I'm healing you. What I like to do, and I explain this to everybody, I'm just giving you the tools to heal yourself. So yes, that's a little bit about me. Pass it on.
Hey everyone, Dr. Hannah. Thanks for putting this together, Gina and Saad and Sean for getting the coffee this morning, and West for getting us centered, and Courtney for helping put together Sound Mind, which I wouldn't be here with you guys if we hadn't put that together a few years ago. So, and Brett for making politics move forward in this region. So lots of amazing people here. I think access is a big question, and I wanted to start with just a land acknowledgement of where we are. And I was just on my phone looking up what Native American tribes were here in Pittsburgh, and there's a lot, and they're hard to say, but I'm going to say them. So the Adena culture, the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter, and the Wyandotte, the Monongahela, the Delaware, which is the Lenape, the Shawnee, and the Iroquois. So just a moment to recognize the land we're on. And how much those people have sort of taught us as a culture about psychedelics back to the days of, trading and peyote and mescaline. I've been emailing back and forth. There's a book called The Global History of Mescaline, and Mike J wrote it, and I've been emailing him back and forth and talking about, what is this we're doing, Because it's happened before, just like the coming in of psychedelics and different cultures trying to adopt them and kind of losing track of where they came from. And I think a lot of this work is just about, being really thoughtful. And I think part of being thoughtful is looking into our own shadows and not just frantically running around trying to get involved with what's happening in a unbalanced way. So I would just I'll tell you who I am in a second too, what we do, but just gonna invite us all to bring in some of our shadow parts. So not just here, I think it's noticing things that hold us back and allowing them to let go, but also not pushing away parts of ourselves that we need to accept. So just maybe bringing into this room the concept of acceptance of our whole selves. Yesterday at Sound Mind, we treated an 85-year-old woman who has some psychosomatic symptoms that she came in saying, I think these are psychosomatic, and I've had them since I had this experience as a 25-year-old. I really just want them to go away. I don't want these symptoms anymore. And I said, what if we just what if you allowed them to be part of you? And she was like, whoa. I spent my whole life trying to push this away. And so just, being really thoughtful about how we're coming into this space. And I think it's really important in the early days, we are here, to have an intention of balance and even just I came this morning, I was like, oh shit, we forgot the Sound Mind banner. Oh my God, we need business cards, we don't have that. And it's it's also about just sometimes I think we get wrapped up in branding and who are we, and it's these identities, and they can get us off balance. So just really looking into ourselves and trying to be our full selves to each other today. And super pumped about that. So that's what I invite. And let's see, so Sound Mind is a organization. We're based out of Philadelphia. We have a nonprofit branch and a for-profit branch, and a lot of different branches, in fact. Our clinic does ketamine-assisted therapy, and our main focus right now is training therapists. And we're actually the only organization outside of Oregon accepted to train people in psilocybin for Oregon, which is a really big deal. That is Pennsylvania is the only state outside of Oregon actually training legal psilocybin people. So, yay us. And it's the first time in history, that there has been this attempt at a legal rollout of psilocybin. With government participating. So I think it's really, really exciting. And I think if it's done right, that other states will adopt the same thing, and we'll have a whole army of people here in Pennsylvania ready to go. So really excited. And I think there's just a lot of, in terms of equity and access, there's so many barriers. And I think at SoundMind, we talk about these all the time and teach about them. And our one-year course has a lot about access. And for us, we've decided, when we have funds to distribute, we're putting a lot of them towards training therapists of diverse backgrounds. Because I really believe if the people in the office represent the person going in, like the same background, or at least that person has the opportunity to choose someone that looks like them or has that background, it can be a lot more healing and just inviting, and actually the person chooses to undergo that therapy rather than deciding not to. So, and then I think the other major barrier is cost, and so these groups like the Psychedelic Access Fund and others, where we're working really hard to make these therapies accessible. And I think when MDMA is out in a couple of years, there is this possibility that people could get treated 2 or 3 times with something and be healed from chronic PTSD. And actually, we're seeing the same thing with ketamine. It's beyond my wildest dreams. The outcomes we're seeing at SoundMind, I actually every time we treat someone, I'm like, I don't know how this is happening. People are coming in with chronic PTSD or chronic suicidal ideation, and for their entire lives, and walking out without it. And so I just I can't. It blows my mind, and we're just gonna keep doing it. And this is ketamine. It's who knew? And so when you pair it with the right kind of therapy, it's people can really get at under all these issues that are going on with them, and what causes eventual depression or anxiety. We're talking to some funders about potentially focusing on people in Philly, BIPOC folks who've been affected by gun violence. I don't know if anyone saw that article in the New York Times a couple weeks ago about how Philadelphia is the worst city for gun violence in the country, or one of the worst, worse than New York and LA. And it's centered in North and West Philly, which is where our clinic is, West Philly. So, really making an intention to focus on the trauma that are happening in our neighborhoods, and just some of the histories. And Belinda Aracho is someone who works with us, and she's Native American, and she taught us a little bit about the history of the Carlisle School that's only a few hours from here. It was one of the first Native American forced boarding schools. 10,000 Native American children were pulled from their homes and forced educated and assimilated in a school in Pennsylvania in the early 1900s, and now it's a military base. So she really wants to go make prayers to the souls, so she feels like they're kind of stuck there. But now it's this gigantic military base. So we're trying to get her on there, but just having an understanding of what's happening in our, in the land that we're on and in the region that we're occupying, and where the medicines come from. So I think even MDMA being synthetic, we wouldn't know about how to use it if it wasn't for the history of mescaline and Wachuma and peyote. So, just really, really looking where the threads of where things come from, and then having an intention to get back to where those threads lead us to. So thank you for having me, and I'm open to any chats, and I love everyone in this room for coming and being ready to have conversations. Thank you.
Both these mics are on.
Oh, okay. Hi. Yeah, it's tall. Hi, everyone. I'm very pregnant, and I have a terrible memory right now, so I wrote things down, which I typically don't do. So bear with me, because I very rarely ever actually look at notes when I'm speaking, but I didn't want to leave anything out because this is so extremely important. And you'll find out kind of weird in the best way, I guess. But my name is Liana Muniz. I am an adoptee. I'm from Brazil. I was raised here in Pittsburgh. I'm a psychotherapist. I work with Forward Wellness, if anybody's ever heard of it. I practice liberation psychology, which many people have not heard of or practiced. So feel free to look it up. And before that, I studied race and gender and anti-Blackness, and I'm currently writing a piece in a textbook about anti-Blackness and mental health. And the other thing I really wanted to bring up was, I don't know, has anyone heard of somatic abolitionism?
Yeah.
If you have not, and most of the people in this room are white, you need to. You have to, and I consider it a requirement to even like be in this space having this conversation. So go get, I guess the major book would be My Grandmother's Hands by Resnick Minnigan, but please don't just read it, do the actual activities. It's imperative to not just your life, but the life of everybody else in your community that doesn't look like you, so please do that. Just want to make sure, this is why I write things down, so I remember. All right, so now that that's out of the way, I had a very similar experience as Quest did. I grew up in Wilkinsburg during the war on drugs. I watched my whole neighborhood disappear, single moms overnight, lines of moms waiting to get services and help because every single person in their family was taken to prison. And being part of that and watching that definitely teaches you you don't do that. You just don't. You don't do drugs. You don't do them. You don't do anything. And so you can't. I went to private school my whole life, so I was surrounded by mostly white kids who were doing all kind of drugs. Well, like next level stuff, like bowls at parties full of who knew what. And this is right here in the city. This is very common amongst teenagers in case you are unsure what we're really doing. That's what's really happening. At least with white kids. So I was surrounded by that my whole high school education. And I was terrified of drugs. And I wasn't really super judgmental, but I just was like, there's no way that I can do any of that stuff. It will not only kill me or get me arrested or get me actually murdered. Like, I can't walk around like this. So I was terrified. And I'm 38 years old right now. And I met my husband 9 years ago. He's there. He's the one responsible for all of this. And he was kind of like always bugging me. Like, why don't you just try? Why don't you just try? And I was like, no. And then my mom died. And that's when everything kind of goes to shit if you've had that experience. Your whole compass is just dead in the water. And you're like, who am I? What am I doing? And what is the point of any of this? So my birthday fell on Mother's Day. My husband took me out to a friend of ours' cabin. And I'll never forget, we took all this medicine on a piece of toast with peanut butter. And there's so many wild parts of the story, but the one that I remember the most, 2 parts, was driving. We're like near Seven Springs. It's May, so there's no, snow, nothing happening. And I remember, because it's still spring, you can see all of the trees. And through the trees, there's all these like holes in the trees, and there's all these like clearings in the forest. And I said, Bob, what is that? What is that going on up there? Oh, that's the ski slopes. And I was like, oh my God, white people, man, they like clear trees so they can slide down in the snow. And I was just freaking out and crying, and I was just like, what? How can people do this? And I was so and then we get to where we're going, and we walk around, our little pond that we probably walked around for an hour, but it felt like 7 hours. And this is before we're married. This is before we have a kid. This is before this kid comes. And we literally talked the entire time about doing this work. I was like, I need everyone, my husband is Chinese, I need to focus my life on this medicine getting to people like us. And that was like our whole conversation. And of course, I was terrified to even try any of this stuff because I'm thinking my husband's going to leave me. We're going to have some kind of deep, weird conversation. You know, like I had all this other stuff going on in my head. And meanwhile, we're literally right now exactly where we said we would be and doing exactly what we said we wanted to do. So that's cool. So I wanted to share that. So thank you for listening to my long story. So, you know, the major thing that I do and talk about, obviously, if you haven't figured it out, is justice. That's kind of like the only thing I care about. And there is no mental health. There is nothing without justice. It's not a thing. If you're not in this room because you care about justice, it's not about medicine. It's about justice. They go together. They're the same thing. And if you haven't figured that out, then that's that. I just gave you the literal key. And the reason why we have this, what I believe to be this very similar movement now to what we had in the past. You know, when my parents' generation and all these hippies and all, they weren't integrating. They weren't bringing it into the community as a whole. You know, certainly certain individuals were. And I think that this is the opportunity we have now to really integrate and to really do that work individually and collectively and focus on justice because I genuinely do not understand the point if otherwise. So I actually went ahead of myself, so I'm almost done. So just to kind of double back on the access, which we are all here for the most part, I think the access is really important. And again, I wanted to invite, before I sat down, I wanted to invite everyone in the audience. I know you have paper and a pen and a Post-it that was for a completely different thing, but I'm gonna ask if you use it because I like to just do things out of nowhere. So if you have another Post-it around or on another table or on another chair that's empty, we will give you more Post-its. I'm sure there are more Post-its somewhere. I would actually like to invite everybody to do something that would make me feel really good if you participated in and feel like I'm here doing something helpful. And so, you know, what I really wanted to leave everybody with, you know, as someone who, you know, grew up in this era of war on drugs, I still have childhood friends in prison right now for weed, like right in this moment still. And we don't want to repeat this. And so if you're doing anything with this medicine and not participating, you know, in you know, completely abolishing prisons among other things that we need to be doing, then I sincerely hope that you rethink your position. But the way that I think about the medicine is that it's freedom. And we talked a lot about creativity earlier. And creativity to me is the opposite of oppression. And so you can't even think about healing on any level unless you understand justice. Because justice is freedom, it is creativity, and it is the only way out of any of this that we have gotten into. So what I'd like to do is offer an opportunity to repeat after me and then write something down. Is that okay with everyone? Cool? Okay. Cool? Yeah. Okay. I would like you to repeat after me and say, there is no health and healing without justice. 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 I would like you to remember that and say that to yourself as often as you possibly can. And what I'd like you to do on your Post-it note, I was just thinking in my head how annoying I was going to be. I'll keep it simple though. I was going to say, share it with your neighbor. Oh, I won't do that. But I would like you to write down on your Post-it one thing that you personally can do in the next week or two to further your understanding of justice. And then not just a thing that you can do, but then take it a step further. When are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? Am I breathing really heavy into this and I can't tell? It sounds like it. Sorry. Everybody got that? So I'm going to stand here for a second while everyone actually does that. And I want to thank you for doing it. Something that I think about as an adoptee is people are very uncomfortable with adoptees, especially adoptees of color, especially international adoptees of color, because we remind you of everything that's completely wrong with the world. And you don't want to talk about it, so we like to talk about us. But I think this is so important because the fact that we're here talking about this and you're writing this down is an act of justice in and of itself. And so if you do this, what you wrote down, cool, we're on the same team. If you don't, I'll fight you tooth and nail and we're stepping away. Thank you very much.
Actually really close friends with another therapist in our community. We actually have about 30,000 Black mental health professionals around the world that I support and connect with and advocate for. As a therapist myself, I say the most important work that I do is my own. And psychedelics has helped me tremendously in doing my own work and being able to really understand, as Maya Angelou says, the shit that weighs me down. If I'm going to be able to fly, I have to be able to give up the shit that weighs me down, which means I have to identify it first. So I served actually 18 years in the military and retired about 4 years ago, and I was extremely anti-drug. Very, very anti-cannabis, probably anti-fun, to be honest. I look back and I was just really all about work and achieving and accomplishing and striving to be the best of the best of the best, because that's what we do in the Air Force. But when I retired, I realized that I was kind of lonely and my life didn't really have meaning and it didn't fulfill me in the ways that I needed to be fulfilled. Fresh out of the military, I was also divorced, and I carried a lot of shame about that for many years, because the last thing I wanted for my Black son was to be raised in a single parent home. And being a social worker, that's the flavor of therapist that I am. I know all the statistics that come with being a Black boy in America, being raised by a single mother. And thankfully he has a father who's equally crazy about him as I am. But as I was coming here, I looked in his eyes and he said, "Mom, do you have to go?" And that always kind of breaks my heart a little bit, because it's like, do I really? And I told him, yes, I do, because I want to be a good ancestor for him. I want to pave a path that makes it a little bit easier for him to be Black in America. And as I said, I was retired Air Force officer. His dad is actually still active duty Army and currently supporting the efforts in Ukraine. And I always find it mind-boggling that no matter how many countries we've been to, I've been to 37 countries, I've worked across 4 continents. When I come to the place that I could call home, I feel the least safe. And even though my son has had 2 parents that are serving this nation and the Constitution of the United States, that doesn't stop him from getting killed by a police officer when he grows up. So, as the founder of Black Therapist Rock, I've been able to advocate for not only just the Black community, but marginalized communities. So that includes queer people. One of the populations that I really love advocating for the most is, and it's a marginalized community, but most people don't think about it, but women. We navigate the world that was built for men by men. And being in the military, that's a very real oppression for me. I've seen women in the military repeatedly deal with sexual assault, rape, and no one does anything about it. And it reminds me kind of for myself, I've done a lot of big things as a professional now, but growing up, I was just a little Black girl whose mom was addicted to crack and whose dad was locked up for selling it. So the war on drugs, I feel like my whole family was victims of that war and no one was doing anything about it. So in this role of being an advocate for my community, for the healthcare industry, for as a professional and as a person, I really think it's important for us to remember that reparations comes in many forms. And like you just said, there's so many people who are still locked up or whose lives and families are still being destroyed by the war on drugs. And really being active. If your integration doesn't include action or behavior, I think you're doing it wrong. That's just my thought. And I actually get to work with Brene Brown. Anybody familiar with Brene and her work? She's from Texas like I am. We're both social workers. And we've been working together for about 5 years. And I remember when George Floyd died, she said, this is not the time for white people to be comfortable or quiet. And those are words that I feel like are worth repeating. Number one, because a white woman said it. It's a little different when someone that looks like you said something. But number two, because like Westman said, if we're not having these hard conversations, we're all wrong. It's, what are we here for? Like you said, I'm not here on a Saturday missing my son to pretend. So that's a little bit about me. I've done a lot of work also on social media, advocating for mental health and trauma education in general. We have a social media following of 150,000 between Instagram and Facebook. My favorite place to hang out is Facebook because I've worked with them extensively. Been to the Facebook campus, so I know how weird things can truly get on the tech side. And yeah, I love what I do. I'm excited to answer any questions people have about trauma or psychedelics. I'm also an advisor for Field Trip Health, which is the #1 provider of psychedelic-assisted therapy around the world. They have about 22 clinics as of yet, one in Amsterdam. Just actually visited their research lab in Jamaica, which is the only mushroom research lab in the world. So the only lab that's actually looking at the plant itself, which is possible largely because of the systemic impact of having the plant be legal. It's never been illegal, so it's just seen as another plant there. And being in that community, that atmosphere, that culture where plants are really honored was truly a blessing. I was there for my 40th birthday, and the next day, Jamaica actually turned 60. And that's something that I think is also very important to say, because I know people are going to Jamaica to do mushroom retreats, and that's all cute and all. But Jamaica was considered a plunder colony, which means that they just used that land to breed slaves and products. They saw the slaves as products, and the people that were used to breed these slaves were treated less than animals. So then it's a country that's still recovering from that historical trauma, and I think it's important for us to acknowledge all of that as we celebrate plants and honor just being in this space. So I welcome all questions. I look forward to seeing what y'all come up with. I say y'all a lot. I'm from Texas. It's Duran, like the rock group, if you're wondering how to pronounce it. Duran. Yeah, that's me. And I look forward to what you guys come up with.
So who wants to ask something? This is about you guys being involved. Does anyone have any questions? I mean, wow, look at who's up on the stage right now. You can ask anything. If you have something, raise your hand. This is what I was worried about, guys. This is only gonna work. There's so many questions. Yeah, so we can just ask them. Yes. So asking about what would be a preferred or the most profound psychedelic in each of the panelists' lives.
So for me, personally, is the mushroom. That's what I am connected with, what I have a relationship with. That's how I approach it. I didn't always approach it that way. When I was first introduced to my experience in Amsterdam, it was more recreational. And when I came back home, it was still recreational. But then I started to realize that with meditation, when I was practicing meditation, I could still reach those states through meditation without the mushroom, right? And then I started to pair them both up. And the more I started to do research and meet different people in the community, I found out that, this is something sacred, that I should be using it that way, So it then turned into more of a ritual now for myself, As Dr. Saad said, the preparation starts when you're thinking about having this experience, right? So, for me, I learned that leading up to it, right? I'm doing my yoga, my meditation, I'm already doing the work, right? And then one of the things that I had to learn was that the work is not done, once you come out of that experience. The work, it's just really just beginning. The integration is a big, huge part of that. It's a lifelong journey. So I have dabbled with other ones, but for me personally, I am connected with the spirit of the mushroom, and that's what I communicate. So.
So I'm a medical doctor. I don't do psychedelics. Just kidding. Let's see. So I guess I'm going to start with the medical doctor answer, which is that I think that there's like very amazing uses for synthetic compounds, including MDMA and ketamine. So for me, ketamine can be amazing ego dissolution experiences. I've had amazing experiences with ketamine, all legal, of course, in all the psychedelics I do. So I think ketamine can give you ego dissolution. I am ketamine more than any other psychedelic, actually, it seems like to me. So I think that's an important experience for everyone to have. And also can be really great for people that are on SSRIs or depressed and want to go into something that would require them to get off of the antidepressant. So like ayahuasca and psilocybin. So I think there's going to be a really amazing role for ketamine. I think MDMA is amazing for PTSD, and I think where most people should start, because most people have some amount of trauma in their lives, so I'm really excited for in 2 years when that is available legally in this country. I may also be offering it on a Caribbean island that is open to perhaps allowing us to use it earlier than that. So MDMA is amazing. Personally, I prefer the plant medicine version of things, and it's partly, somebody asked me the other day, like, why are you like doing the organ move when, there's ketamine and there's MDMA coming? And I feel like I was thinking about it, and for me, it's like, I think I might just be brainwashed now by the plant medicine people that think that the plants can talk to you and the synthetics can't, and I'm like, somehow if you believe they're talking to you, they talk to you. So it's like when you're working with ayahuasca, psilocybin, San Pedro, wachuma, it's like you do get the sense that there's some sort of plant spirits, and it's like allows you to, it's like, how am I deciding things about sound mind? I don't know, the plants are telling me to do. They're just like directing me. So I think, all three of those things I have gotten amazing teachings from. I think, to me, the San Pedro wachuma cactus is really amazing because it's in the same class as MDMA, the phenethylamines. So did I say that right? I think I did, yeah. So it's really interesting to kind of go back to like, okay, this is the oldest psychedelic probably that's been used by humans, the mescaline ones, and just really starting to understand like its properties and like how does that change when it gets put into a synthetic compound. So it's like a heart opener. So you can kind of realize that you can actually get that from these different plants that are available. The psilocybin, I think, can be really amazing for people to kind of uncover their unconscious fears and just like things that are maybe memories that don't come out in a cohesive way. I think a lot of what we're seeing, even through ketamine, is just that people go into therapy and they're just trying really hard to get at a trauma. They're like, I really want to get at that trauma. And it's like, but it gets, when traumas happen, they get all jumbled and then they get stored in ways that don't really come out in a cohesive manner. So you can keep trying with your therapist, being like, okay, I have this idea of what I want to get at, but you can't actually get at the affect, because the affect's all like jumbled in different layers of things that don't really make sense. So it's like allowing it to come up in a way that doesn't necessarily make sense. My first ayahuasca experience, again in a legal setting in a different country, the curandero said, I had when I was a very small baby, had formaldehyde poisoning with like an addition that was put on my parents' house in New Hampshire. It was like a year and a half that no one knew why my whole family was like dying. Terrible. I still have asthma from it. Like every journey I do is like some different angle of this trauma, but he was like, okay, we'll do what we call soul retrieval. You go into the experience, find that baby Hannah, and hold it. And I was like, oh, this is great. Okay, I'll do that, And then I get into the ayahuasca experience, and it was like, in fact, you can't hold it unless you truly feel it first, and part of the feeling it is being alone. Like you are completely alone. And after you feel that, then you can hold that. And it's like, oh my God, to actually hold, to like allow that shadow to come, that you're just like completely alone. You know, completely alone, like no one's coming to get me. I'm in this room alone in the crib. It's like, holy shit. You know, and it felt like, I mean, if anyone's done ayahuasca, it felt like days, like years. You know, it's just like years of this journey. It was really only a few hours, but you know, it's like those kinds of affects of like just the deep, dark aloneness that then later in subsequent experiences, I have been able to like hold that, you know, in a way that's like, okay, I'm surrounded by people that love me, I'm in community, like this is, but it is really important to actually get into the shadow completely and fully. And I don't think any other psychedelic would have done that in quite the same way of like, it's kind of, can direct you a little bit into like how to get there. So I'm, as many of you also know, I'm a psychoanalyst, so we do, you have to get psychoanalysis to become a psychoanalyst. So I did 4 years of 4 times a week therapy by this 92-year-old amazing psychoanalyst in Philly. But he just, you know, I was at the end of my analysis and I was like, you're fully analyzed, you can go off, right off into the sunset, I'm done. And then I started doing plant medicine and he was like, whoa, we're not done. How did we not know that? You know, there's so much to uncover, but it was like below the surface in a level, in a way that was like, it was really hard to see, both for me and for him. So I think it's not about doing one psychedelic and being like, this is my favorite one, but figuring out there's different like ways that different ones are used, and even sequencing them in different ways. Like you do this month, and then a month later it's maybe a different one. So I'm really excited for them all to become available, and hopefully soon in Pennsylvania. So we're working on that, right? Right? Yeah. Uh-huh. So that's my answer. Yeah.
For some that suddenly bring you down, or they're scared.
Oh yeah.
What can you explain why someone would want that?
Yeah, totally. So ego dissolution or ego death is like when you reach a place in a psychedelic journey that you like have no concept of self. And a lot of times people will. So we had a person come into Sound Mind and they got treated with ketamine. We did. It was like higher dose than, or the effect was more intense than I expected it to be. And she was just like, you can kind of tell someone's spirit is just like off. I don't know how to explain it, but you just tell that they're like, they look a little bit dead in the way that like dead people's spirits are gone. So the first time that happened, I actually, as a medical doctor, was like, grab the blood pressure cuff and you're like taking all the vitals. And I'm like, this person's actually totally alive. That feels very dead to me. And because they're off somewhere else, but when they come back, they often report that it's like they merged with the universe, or they saw, you know, they were molecules, and they reached this state of like no self that was liberating. It's like the side of death that's like you're everything, not that you're nothing usually. And this person was chronically suicidal, and I was like, ooh, I'm wondering if, like, is that a good or a bad thing to show people that like merging with the universe can be amazing? And she's actually doing like incredibly, and so it turned out to be a good thing. But I don't know that having ego dissolution experiences like every week would be helpful. But I think if you have them, it can be like very perspective inducing. That you're like, whoa, I thought like, oh, this marriage is falling apart. Like, it's such a big deal, and sort of those like getting kind of like very like stuck in your claustrophobic like life is a lot of times what causes people to feel suicidal and helpless. It's like people in med school that commit suicide when they fail like an exam, and it happens all the time. It's like their world gets so small. So this is a way that the world can sort of open up, and people can kind of see the level of like that things are not as big deal as they need to be. But it's like at the point of ego dissolution, you don't know your name, you don't know, it's like there's no concept of any self. Try it.
So I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, that it's not a coincidence that the 3 Black people on this panel are novices, and what I used to be very like, I don't do this, you know? And there's a very clear reason for that, which I hope everybody has come to terms with. So just to quickly answer the question, I psilocybin for sure, mushrooms for sure, but mostly because, well, I think because of what I uncovered in the moment and how it was integrated, but also I probably do feel a little bit more comfortable with plant-based medicines in terms of how I've started my journey. And I think that because of the era I grew up into, and the culture and rave culture and all of that, I always thought of synthetics as like party drugs and used them that way. So I couldn't really tell you otherwise. So, and I've been pregnant for and with a child or another child for years. So I haven't really had a lot of opportunities to branch out quite yet, but I'm looking forward to that. But I did want to just throw something in because I really don't, just to keep us all honest, I don't really know exactly what time it is or how much time we have up here. But I also wanted to make sure that we're really focusing on the conversation being more external, like being more about what does this mean, like these experiences for us outwardly, like, so how are you going to do any of this? I don't remember, what is the title of this panel exactly? Marginalized communities and what? And second, that's it? Marginalized? Healing for marginalized communities. So it's not about like most of the people in this room. It's not even about you. So I just wanted to like give us the opportunity to maybe be a little more brave in terms of directing the questions in a way that is about actually serving marginalized communities and less about personal experiences. And thank you. I clearly shook it up a little bit, which was my goal. Thank you. But before we go, you can go. This is called stacking, where you put people of color and other marginalized people in front of other people. Anybody ever heard of that when you speak? Okay, just so you know.
Okay, so like I said, I was a dare kid growing up, and I was like terrified. I remember in dare class trying to identify which drug my mom might be on, just so I would just, so I would know. I was curious because I would hear people, the whole family would be talking about my mom being on drugs, and we got passed around to different family members. But I didn't know, like, what is this drug thing that I'm supposed to be, on the lookout for? So I was terrified. Like I said, I had never thought that I would ever be a regular cannabis user, because I really was just like, oh no, that's for losers. I really thought that. It's like, oh no, potheads are losers, and they're just. I had a lot of shame projected towards people that I didn't know, to be honest. A lot of judgment is what I realized. And that's kind of what came with academia and working in hospitals for 18 years. Is I got really good at learning how to judge people and think I was better than them. Especially being a Black woman, it's like, oh, this is my opportunity to be an expert at something and to be, superior to somebody. And I think a lot of us as professionals, we carry that level of ego and shadow, as you say. We don't talk about it, surely, in graduate school or in the clinical settings. But I've grown to kind of challenge that in all of us, because I think the opioid crisis is what has resulted from that. Us thinking that we know what's best for other people, powering over people with pills and power and structures. So I don't mind sharing my plant and medicine experiences, because they really helped me become the leader that I am today. And I would say that the first plant that really helps me with that is cannabis, because I was not in my body at all. I didn't know what it meant to be in my body. And as a Black woman who's experienced a lot of trauma in this body, especially sexual and physical traumas, the trauma of being hungry as a child for many, many years, it wasn't safe to be connected to how I feel physically. And so cannabis just helped me bring my shoulders down, remember to breathe, drink water, like the basics, go outside. I would spend, weeks and months on end just being in the house. As an influencer, it's really easy to just be in front of your phone all day in a dark house and nobody knows, So that was kind of what my first few years out of the military were. And I remember going to the VA and asking for a medical cannabis card, and they drug tested me. And I was like, I worked in hospitals for 18 years, and y'all are going to treat me like a drug addict? And that's when I realized the judgment and the shame that the system carries, and that, I can be an advocate against that. Like, if I was able to heal my own issues and challenges with that, that I could be a better advocate for people, So yeah, I didn't get the medical card that year anyway. continued to use cannabis. It was actually other therapists, Jewish therapists, that introduced me to cannabis in a training. And it was like the best thing. I don't have a thyroid, also because of the level of trauma that my body has experienced. My thyroid was completely removed when I was 36, 35. And feeling that level of depression, like a physical depression and a hormonal depression that I never had to deal with before, was really hard. And it went to like accepting, like, this is a part of my life now. I'm not gonna, a new thyroid is not gonna go back. And the medicine that they give you doesn't really help you with the symptoms. So cannabis was really the main thing that kind of helped me restore my body's health in a natural way. And once I realized how wrong I was about cannabis this whole entire time on the planet, I was like, I gotta go out and educate everybody and let them know, like, society lied to us. This is a really amazing thing for healing. And so cannabis-assisted therapy became my thing, and then of course, because of cannabis-assisted therapy, psychedelic-assisted therapy. So as I became a cannabis advocate, I had a lot of corporations knocking on my door, trying to talk about diversity and equity in the psychedelic space as well. So two of the psychedelic journeys that I've had that were just mind-blowing was a mushroom journey. I always say it's wise not to do drugs with strangers if you're gonna do them. So one of my rules is I don't do drugs with strangers, and I need to know where they came from. And so I had a partner at the time that I was, starting to learn how to be vulnerable with. Because as Black people, we don't really do that. We're taught that's not a thing. Like, keep your armor up at all times. Don't let people see you sweat. Just be tough, be strong. And this person that I was working with, doing a lot of healing work with, we were both on the psychedelic journey together. And during one of my most profound sessions, I was able to kind of, like I said, hold a baby that was a 3-month-old baby version of me in the NICU, who was in the NICU because her 16-year-old mother couldn't afford heat in Texas. I was born in August, and by November it was cold, and she was in an apartment where we didn't have heat. So to go back to that baby in the NICU and just kind of be with her, to help her understand that it's not her fault that she's in that situation, and that there's so much more to come. To be able to do that with your future or your current self was a really amazing experience. And like tears of the baby were just like pouring out of my eyes, and holding myself and really being able to feel that comfort on my nervous system level was really amazing. Another journey, I do a lot of journeys in community with other Black therapists and Black healers, which is, to me, is next level. Like our journey in Jamaica was just, I tell people I'm still integrating, it might take all year, to be honest. But every year for my birthday, we've been doing these experiences, communal experiences, and last year I got to experience 5-MeO, which a lot of people are afraid of because it's known for ego dissolution very quickly, just like ketamine. So people are afraid of that. I necessarily wasn't, but I didn't know what to expect either. And what it took me to was back to my mother's womb when she was told to have an abortion with me. Her mother paid for her to have an abortion because she was a teen mother. They kind of knew that the dad wasn't going to be able to provide much support. So my grandmother was just like, get rid of it. So my mom went to the appointment, and in Texas, you have to watch a video telling you all the risks, the challenges that might come from the procedure. And one of the risks associated was that she may never have children. So at 60 years old, she kind of made that choice for the universe to allow her to be a mother. And it impacted her life heavily. She had 3 children by the time she was 19 with very little to no support, and fell into crack addiction. So just being able to be with that unborn child, I remember my ego saying, or spirit, I don't really know yet, it's still integrated, but something whispered that it's better to be from a broken home than to be in one. And I feel like that's a legacy gift that I'm giving my son, that, even though he and his father, he's back and forth between his father and I, we're both, like I said, very involved and loving and caring. But just because we're, not together doesn't mean that there's less love, and that I can be present with him in a way that my mom didn't have access to. So yeah, those are the things that have really helped me heal. Like I said, I'm all about collective healing and community and culture. So these are experiences that are very near and dear to my heart, and I love sharing them because I want other people to be inspired to be able to heal more in community. I think we're afraid to be next to each other and be vulnerable with each other and trust each other. I know I am most of the time. I feel like I lost my mind every time I, want to do drugs with other people. let them see this layer of me that I don't show anybody. But I think it's important. And I was recently training Renee's intern, and when I told them, I said, individual healing, it soothes the ego, but communal healing really soothes the spirit. So I think that's what I'll leave everybody with. Thank you.
What's that? Yeah. So my question's for Liana, but I love anyone to chime in. And I'm going to be vulnerable here. I don't know what I should be asking, and I'm a white male. You gave us a ton of great terms to look into, things I should know and I don't. To do is to look into and educate myself on somatic abolitionism by Wednesday. There's so much out there that I just can't relate to being a white male, how I grew up. So what should I be asking here today when we have this vulnerable space that I can? And how can I, with my background, my own traumas, more relate to everyone on this panel in this room? And lastly, can I get a hug before or after? Awesome.
That's all I do. I need 2 years of crying. My first thought is, if you don't know, then just don't do anything yet. You can Google and all that, but to just chill. One of the tenets of white supremacy culture is urgency. Yeah. We're the best. I can't believe I'm saying next to you. Oh my God. Thank you to whoever made this happen. Luckily, I'm friends with Quest, and hopefully trained someday when it was okay. But urgency. And one of the things I think is really helpful is to understand what we don't think of whiteness as a culture, and it is a culture. It's capitalism is a culture, among other things. But there are these tenets. There's these these actual behaviors associated with it, and one of them is the sense of urgency. So that's why we see these sort of quick actions and pink pussy hats and all this let me do something, and it becomes this very performative process when it's actually a very deep spiritual process of understanding that white people were harmed and harming each other before they even got here, and just continued it, and then just sort of pushed it onto another group. And so understanding that legacy and going that deep into not just your own personal history, but what that has done and the legacy that has left here, and how are you individually going to change that? And we use the word legacy, which I think is an extremely important word. I think about it all the time, and I'm an adoptee. I have no idea. My daughter was my first biological relative that I ever knew. I said to my husband, our cousins, his family is here visiting. And I said, do you think our kid's name, her name is Leo. And I said, do you think Leo knows that they're her cousins? I don't know. I don't know. Do you know what your family is? Do you just feel it? I have no idea what that is. So I think really understanding that there are so many complexities to how we got here. And really thinking about the legacy, the children, and the future, and what we're leaving for them, whether you choose to be a parent or not, you are. You're leaving something. You're leaving something behind, and what is that going to be? And so I think just really educating yourself and learning to make those connections. Also, you should be reading things that Black people wrote. I mean, I love Brené Brown, but how many people can say that they read Bell Hooks and Brené Brown? So I think there's that other conversation as well. So it really is, at this point, all education, because that hasn't happened. So right now, we need to be focused on undoing. That's where I'll leave it.
And I'll just add a little bit to that because I feel inspired. I would say, for me, privilege has been understanding how I benefit from the system You know, how I can be sitting in this chair today because I'm a middle-class Black woman who retired from the military, worked her ass off. But if I were not born in America, you know, when I'm in other countries, like I said, I've been to 37 other countries, traveler's guilt is really real. Like, I realize how much we take for granted. I had an African judge living with me for about 15 months during the George Floyd murder, or shortly after the George Floyd murder. We went to Black Lives Matter Way to like protest. And I didn't realize how much of a privilege that was because she lives in a dictatorship and that could never happen for her. And I asked her, like, what, out of all of these things and these experiences, what do you think is the most valuable? Like, and she was like, well, what does valuable mean? You know, and I was like, well, what will you miss the most? And she said, the shower. So I think just acknowledging how much privilege we're steeped in is super important to me, whether as a heterosexual person, as, you know, somebody who identifies as on the binary, like, we benefit from these things. And that's important for me to always remember because I can't be accountable, I can't advocate if I'm pretending. Another thing I would say, yes, definitely, you know, listen to Black authors and read Black work. Because the scholars have always been saying the same thing, just that no one was really listening and their voices were not elevated to mainstream. And so one thing that I love about Brene, she actually elevated 20 Black voices, her and Tarana Burke. Tarana Burke is the founder of the Me Too movement, and she's all about elevating women's voices, especially women of color. But they came together and they invited us to write a book with them that was published right after George Floyd died. And it talks about the ways that white people benefit from white supremacy culture in a real lived experience way. So there's 20 writers telling you like what they don't have that you probably experience. And it's painful. It's really hard to swallow, but I think it's important for that work to happen.
I would like to chime in here and share something that happened for me. Thank you both for, you know, sparking this in me. I wasn't even going to say this, but even for me as a Black man, I had to educate myself on my history. And I was raised in a home where my mom taught me the code switch, because that's what she was taught. You know, she was mostly the only Black woman in her companies that she worked in, so she felt like she had to act a certain way to get ahead, right? And she worked extremely hard. That's what she taught me. Sending me to private schools, Catholic schools, and again, being one of the few Black children in that school. That's what I was doing my entire life. And I didn't even realize it until George Floyd happened. When that happened, my son, he's biracial, right? He came into my room and he asked me about the George Floyd situation. And we didn't even talk about it, but you know, kids on TikTok were saying all this stuff. He had asked me about it. And he broke down in tears because he felt the pain of what had happened. And I'm about to cry right now talking about this. So the Pittsburgh protests happened. This was my first time going to a protest ever. And being in there, in that whole environment, it was an awakening that sparked in me. And I went home and cried so much, and realized how much I didn't know about my own culture. You know, I didn't do research, and I'm still researching, reading books, and educating myself about the history of my own people. So, you know, going back to what Liana had said, like educating and reading from Black and brown authors and just learning from that. Because I had a lot of undoing to do, unlearning, relearning, even for myself. So, you know, it was hard to actually realize that. I'm gonna be honest. I was really jacked up for several days and almost beating myself up. Man, how can I be this ignorant? You know, to my own people. And so, you know, yeah, I wanted to share that to let you know you're not alone. Because even for me, I had to go and do research, asking friends, like, what books should I read? That's been, you know, preaching and stuff that I just was ignoring, but that's how I was raised. My mom taught me to stay focused, code switch, get ahead, And those days are long gone, but that's what happened. And I just wanted to share that. So, don't be afraid to ask questions, because I was even asking questions. There's no stupid question, right?
Just a quick thing about code switching, just in case people are not always sure what code switching is, and assimilation in general. I think it's really important that we understand too that these are ways that our families thought they were keeping us safe. Just like even though I had white parents, I remember going to Bobby J's, if anybody's old enough to remember Bobby J's, sitting on a stack of books, of phone books, which we couldn't get anymore, and getting relaxers put in my hair, and not even being able to smile as like a 6-year-old because the chemical burns were so bad. And these are all things that our families did to keep us safe. And so there's a difference between being white and understanding code switching and assimilation, and then actually going through it and then having that realization that even though there was harm inflicted, which also could be physical abuse from our families, in Black communities is often because they want us to be safe. You better toughen up. It's a different experience. And so I think it's really important to just understand that the reason is because the more they help us to be tough, to survive, to look as white as possible, to talk as white as possible, to stay in the background, keep your head down. Immigrants of all kinds understand this experience. The safer you will be. And so there is a difference, even though we might have similar manifestations, where they're coming from, it can be more complex.
So we got some more questions.
That's my husband. Isn't he so cute? I love him.
All right, this is about the future of, too close to the speaker. It's about the future of psychedelic therapy and medicine, and obviously my wife, she shared her story of us having that first conversation, and anybody up here I know who are obviously in the mental health field, and you as well. Quest. I mean, yes, sir. I know that you're intent.
Less clinical, but just as important.
Yes, yeah.
More important.
So, but also maybe your perspective could be on the consumer side as well. But what does that look like? What does that look like to you? What does safe, like positive and healthy elevation of marginalized identity in this space, which is a very white space, as we can see in this room. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the first time that we've made note of that, but that is the case everywhere. Pretty much every city in this country, this conversation kind of looks the same. So it's really great that we're prioritizing this. But what does that look like to you? Like, can you describe like your vision for it? I think that would be really great.
Yeah, I guess I could talk a lot about this as a psychedelic therapist myself. I would say that safety is subjective. That's the first thing I always tell everybody. I almost despise that word, like safe for who? I think that it's really important for people to be able to determine what safety looks like for them. And they often don't know because they've never had it. If you've had a highly traumatized experience, safety is like a foreign concept. It was for me anyway, just speaking from my personal experience and then talking to other people, thousands of Black therapists all the time. Their clients are saying similar things. So for me, what I've kind of used my privilege and my access to do is to create more spaces that are predominantly Black and brown, really predominantly Black, because there aren't very many spaces for Black people to heal and hold space for each other in a very vulnerable way, as I said before. And being mindful of the sentence setting. What mindset? Are they afraid and they can't say it? Are they not trusting their sitter because it's a white person and they're not feeling like they can say that because for all of their life they've been told to ignore racism? Are there microaggressions happening that they can't speak up for? What is the true mindset of the person that's sitting in front of you? And also the setting, we talk a lot about that, but California for most black people is not safe. Texas, for most like Pittsburgh, on the way up here, I had to pass a sign that said, I took a picture of it and posted it on Facebook, a sign that said, Unborn Lives Matter, and right underneath it was a Trump 2024 sign. And I was like, I just left DC where this would never be a thing. It wouldn't be allowed, to be honest. So, I have to be aware of my nervous system because it does what it does. Growing up as a black girl from Texas in a really small town where we had, quarterly KKK rallies, and I saw crosses burning before. There's a visual, a very physical thing in my body that happens when I see things like that. So, we were invited to go do a retreat at Esalen. And I thought that was great until I realized, the cost is another setting part of it that makes people uncomfortable. The staff, is everybody gonna look not like them? So we took our talents to Jamaica, and it was beautiful. We've also done some work in Atlanta. We had about 15 therapists that did a group ketamine experience in Atlanta, and it was mind-blowing. Because it's not just about what happens, like you said, before the journey, during the journey, after the journey, but what happens amongst the journey. Is it just are we focused so much on the medicine, or are we focused on the people becoming the medicine? So, having communal experiences before, after, and during are really important to me when we talk about safety. Also, I need white people to understand that it's okay if people are not safe with you. It's not about you. I think that's an ego thing where we're like, oh, why don't they like me? Well, it has 0% to do with you and what you represent. So it's you just have to do your work around that. That's a you problem, not a them problem. So I guess that's all I'm going to say mainly about safety. The Fireside Project is also another really big resource for safety and harm reduction. Hanifa's amazing, another amazing black woman. If you're not familiar with the Fireside Project, they're an 800 number that people can call if they're having a challenging journey. But I'm one of those people who doesn't believe in bad trips. I just think it hasn't been integrated yet. Just hasn't been integrated yet, that's all.
I have a question for you. Yeah. Do you think that, so I'm also one of those people that's is there, and I wonder if that is racialized, because shit does suck so bad. It's there's less, what do you actually have that, how much person you get, you don't see it in that way.
Normalized trauma, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Another hard thing,
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good thought.
Someone once taught me the acronym AFCO, another fucking growth opportunity. That's kind of the way I see it.
So I just wanted to, I guess for future of marginalized communities, so it sounds like we're really focusing on a few target areas. One is the LGBTQ, especially trans and non-binary folks, and neurodiverse, especially dyslexia and autism, and the BIPOC community, and it's partly, and also Native American community. It's partly the regional and also on our team what we are, we identify. So I think a big part of it for us is making sure that in the training program there's a lot of education about social justice, that we're elevating voices of diverse people. I've been told by a lot of people that out of all the training programs that we focus the most on is ethics, diversity, social justice, the whole time. And go out of our way to recruit people. When we started the training program 3 years ago, it was just us, and CIAS and Influence was just starting, if anyone knows of any of these companies, but I followed the model of MAPS, and I was like, okay, we'll have licensed clinicians in the cohort, and I was like, okay, so just licensed clinicians, and so I gave out a couple scholarships, and it was like, wait, this is 99% white women in their 30s, and here we are in a 80% black neighborhood, and I was like, well, how do I get more people from here? I have scholarships, but I realized that it's actually most people don't have a master's degree in West Philly, right? So I opened it up to other clinicians and just started getting really amazing, like I started learning about what's actually going on in West Philly. There's a whole contingent of black men growing mushrooms and sitting for each other that I had no idea about this, and just like willing to teach triple board certified psychiatrists about what they're doing. It was really amazing a few years ago. So just really like, I think contemplating where the most impact can be made, and like what, you know, if something doesn't feel right, not just rushing to try and fix it, but actually trying to figure out like what's going on. So for me, that was a big learning experience. And as a woman, as I identify as a queer woman, I think, you know, some of you may know how difficult the startup space is, but it's like 2% of venture capital funding goes to women, and it's not that women aren't asking for funding; it's that 2% goes to them. I think Sound Mind remains one of the only training programs that I haven't actually taken in any investment. We haven't, it's like Courtney and I busting our asses all day being like, we don't want, it's all women on the, it's not even just women in leadership, it's just women, it's only women actually. I identify as not a woman, but there we have 5, 6 women running this company that is really like head to head with companies that have like $10 million in startup funding. So I think it's, you do what you can, but I think supporting other women entrepreneurs is a really big part of what we're trying to do. I was yesterday on a Zoom call with Social Ashe, she's a Peruvian woman, and also trained by Mazatec leaders who are one of the cultures still with the lineage of psilocybin mushrooms in Mexico, and she said her goal would be to get more entrepreneurs, like black-owned businesses in the psychedelic space. She's like, I really want to get like, I want to get us teaching on entrepreneurship, you know, and I think I hadn't thought of that being high yield, and I was like, you're right, you know, it's like all these things that growing up in families that you're seeing business happen, and if you don't know that, you don't know how, you end up being like a content creator and a teacher in a program, but what about owning it, and how do people learn to own things? So I think just being open to what communities are asking for, or even Belinda Aracho saying, let's like give ketamine to Native American people who have been affected by the trauma of boarding schools. You know, I wouldn't have thought of giving ketamine, because it's like, well, do they want ketamine? And she said, yeah, they have trauma and this works, and I want to train more people to sit with other people. So I think it's just about being like listening and thinking about like what resources do I have to really support different communities. Our main person in Oregon, Maya, is trans and just has a lot of interest and enthusiasm towards helping people that have questioning their gender identity through psychedelics. And it's a whole thing that people go into psychedelics and be like, oh my gosh, I'm trans, that's what happened to her, or oh my gosh, I'm gay, and like now what does that integration look like? So I think just being really like listening and supporting is what I'd say.
I'm gonna chime in real quick, making sure it's sweet, 'cause I know my man got a question. But look, I'm gonna be real, y'all. I'm putting my life on the line to see a better future for the people here on Earth, right? As a black man, it's very, very scary to be on stage in public, Instagram, social media, talking about psychedelics. Like, I was terrified to come out the closet, psychedelic closet, as they say, and start talking about this, right? I have 2 little kids, so it's very, very scary to be doing this stuff, but I know how important it is. You know, I know that God, higher power, has me on this mission that I'm here to do. I have been a student of Sound Mind. It's a wonderful program. I went through the psychedelic facilitator training. It's a wonderful program. But that was new to me. You know, there wasn't that many black and brown people in that class, and I actually had the opportunity. Early cohort. Yeah, I got an opportunity to meet a company you should all look up called the Ancestor Project. You know, they're doing work in Baltimore for the BIPOC community. So here in Pittsburgh, it's just me. You know, I am Quest, right? I am sharing my experiences with my friends. You know, putting together educational seminars to teach my people about what they can benefit from by using these medicines, you know? And even just beyond the medicine, right? I'm a yoga teacher. There's not too many black yoga teachers here in Pittsburgh. I think I'm like one of the few, really probably like the only male here in Pittsburgh. So me being a yoga teacher, my friends were staring at me like, whoa, what is going on? What are you doing? But they see me, they say I got tattoos. They knew me before I became a yoga teacher and found all these healing modalities, right? So that allows me to open them up somewhat, and they trust me. And they look at me and say, okay, well, if Quest is doing it, we know him for years, there must be something positive in that. So that's what I'm here to do. I think that's my part in shaping this future. You know, the generational trauma ends with me. It was with my grandfather, my mom, but it's stopping with me. And my kids are not going to have that. You know what I mean? So, you know, you do have people like growing mushrooms and talking about their experiences, but again, you have to understand as a black man, we are putting our lives on the line to, well, I'm putting my life on the line, right, to do this stuff. But anybody that's black, brown, identified with, you know, the BIPOC, the martial arts community is really, people are still getting locked up. Like you said, your friends are still locked up for weed. There was actually just an article about a man in Mississippi that got caught with like an ounce of marijuana, and he got sentenced to like 20 years or something like that. Crazy. Like, this just happened. You know what I mean? So, yeah, education is a big part, and you know, I realized that's how I am here to fight. My people need to see me so they can trust. Like, okay, if he's doing it, maybe there's something there, and you just start talking to him, and you know. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. It was in my heart, so I wanted to show that. I think you got questions.
Real quick, just give me 1 second. I want to say a word, and I want everybody to observe how it makes you feel in your body. Because what I want is reparations, and I mean that. And we use that word, like every single word that we've come up with, diversity, inclusion, reparation, and social justice, it's all trash. It's all been trashed by whiteness. It's like now, it's just like another word. It doesn't mean anything. And so I want everyone to really think, like, what is that word? Repair. To be in a relationship, as all the therapists and body workers and people that work with, like, in this world know, every single relationship goes through a cycle. Anyone know? The end of the cycle is repair. What are the other two parts? Anybody know? Yeah, conflict. Conflict, then what? So you have to have a problem. You have this resolution. Yeah. So you have this circle. So like, if you want to be in a relationship with people, like with yourself, and with people who are different than you have to have conflict to be able to resolve it and to repair it. That's what reparations is. It's repair. We will never have justice if there is not repair. So I think it's really important for everyone to think about what is repair, not like for you individually, for you in the relationships you have with even us just sitting here, you know, but also like in your family and people that look different in your family. And have you stood up for them? You know, I don't speak to almost anyone in the broader sense of my family because they're awful. They're so awful. But they all remind me they voted for Obama, so apparently they're not awful. You know, so what does that look like in every aspect of your life? You know, personally, in your relationships, if you're in an interracial relationship, have you had that conversation? What is that? Because that's what I specialize in. I didn't actually say that. It's interracial relationships. Have you had those hard conversations? It's probably not. So I think it's just like, I just can't drive home enough how important that is. And then thinking about it even larger and actually working on every one of those levels and not centering yourself. Because we're talking about entrepreneurs. Everybody in prison is an entrepreneur. Everybody. Nobody cares about black entrepreneurs, brown entrepreneurs. So I don't even want to call us entrepreneurs at this point. I'm like, we're already doing it. We have to survive. No matter what, that's our only option. Nobody's gonna, I do what I do because no one hired me. No one would hire me in Pittsburgh. No one. I worked for myself for over 10 years because no one would hire me. I became a therapist because no one would hire me. And you know why they wouldn't hire me? Because I got a big ass mouth. So how are you supporting people in marginalized spaces that have big ass mouths? How are you letting them be the center, right? How are we gonna include them, and how are we gonna get all of you to bring a friend or someone in the community, or have this expectation that when you buy a ticket to something like this, you buy two? And that's just always how it is. There's not even a question about it anymore. What kind of system does it look like in the future, moving forward, the next time we meet here all together?
Thank you.
Patient one.
Thank you all for sharing your experiences here. So I just had one question. You've talked about it in different shapes and forms, and I wanted to understand more what you see as the biggest day-to-day or even strategic barrier to your missions and to what you're doing with your
Money!
So
Money!
that was my hunch, but I wanted to hear it from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, really, yeah, you know, money, really. I would also say, like, okay, so I've been blessed with the gift of being a good networker, and I've had the opportunity to be blessed in rooms where some people wouldn't be able to get into. So, like, I think just giving people opportunities, right? Giving people opportunities. There's probably people are CEOs, they like, can make a phone call and change your life, right? And you find somebody that will give you the money that you need, or someone that knows who has the funding, or whatever you need. But give people the opportunities to be in these spaces that they might not be able to get into. I'm just going to be honest, like, straight up. Like, I work in tech, so I totally fucking get it. That it is so hard to be in these spaces that you're not going to see a lot of black and brown people. You know, I've also had a startup. I went through something called Alpha Lab. I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but we were the first black startup to go through Alpha Lab. And it's in Pittsburgh. This was like mind-blowing. The funny part about it, Post-Gazette, like all these papers did stories on us because there was 5 black males that went through Alpha Lab. Like, it was like a big fucking thing. But, you know, yeah, money and give people opportunities, right? And put them in places where it's going to be hard for them to get into. So if you have the power to do that, please reach out to people that need it. I'm going to end it with that. It looks like that's it.
we can talk about this all day, but I think everyone's starting to get hungry.
Okay, thank you so much, Quest and Dr. Hannah and Liana and Duran. Appreciate you all so much. And I love some of these action points and using the Post-it notes. This is good. We have like homework to do, guys, and so I think that it's really great. Really appreciate that. Like now we're getting kind of like used to this chatting with each other thing. I want us to continue to do that and to also get to know one another a bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for lunch. We have all vegan cuisine from a local Trinidadian restaurant called Shundo Betty, and we have 2 different options. You can go ahead, we have water there, fresh fruit. We're going to take about an hour break. We have some live music from Through Binoculars, which is a singer-songwriter here in Pittsburgh. And so we're going to have some music. You can take your food outside, you can mix and mingle. We'll be back here at 1 p.m. for our afternoon sessions. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
I think about use some notes to keep myself on track here. When people talk about aging, I think what they really mean is getting old. The funny thing is, I started, or I used psychedelics for the first time when I was 68, which was 3 years ago. Why I waited that long to do it? I guess the short answer is it was just the next logical step in my growth and development. And I started that early in life. My mother took me to a psychiatrist when I was 15 for setting fires. And from there, I went on to kind of compulsively improve myself through therapy, 12-step programs, men's groups, breath work, and I even did a vision quest in the woods of Vermont. And through all of that, I decided that I would become a therapist myself in my 30s. So all of this feeds in real nicely with what I do for a living. A lot of that work when I was a therapist was working with the addicted population, and I heard thousands of stories of people who went into altered states of consciousness. But I did go through my own heavy use of marijuana when I was in my late 20s, and it put me into a dark place, and I said I never wanted to get into use drugs again. So I think that's why I stayed away from everything, because of all the destruction that I saw in my patients. But back to the issue of age, I think when people get old enough, they realize that there's some things they've got to do before they die. And having grown up very conservatively and being part of the establishment and doing all the right things, I think I saw a chance in psychedelics to, in a radical way, step out of my box and get a shift in perspective that I probably couldn't get any other way. Not that all the other things I'd done the previous decades didn't help me go to a better place. It was a very gradual process. And I guess the two things that pushed me over the edge into doing it was my daughter came back from college and confessed that she had done an LSD trip, and she didn't seem any worse for the wear. And also, I read Michael Pollan's book, How to Change Your Mind. So between that, I started giving me the idea. So I took my first mushroom trip. All I've used is mushrooms. And naturally, I saw the potential in how that could really enhance doing therapy in a traditional way. So ever since then, I've been really interested in learning how to combine the use of entheogens with the traditional psychotherapy that I've been using for so many years. And since I've gotten involved, I joined besides company Silo Health. I'm active in the psychedelic club in Pittsburgh. I'm taking various courses about psychedelics to try to integrate that into how I can work with patients. So that's my story.
My name's Joanne Spence, and looks like we have over 200 years of experience up here, which is pretty good. And I'm using notes, I'm taking a leaf out of your book, Liana. I'm not pregnant. And just in case you were wondering. So I'm a recovering social worker, a certified yoga therapist, and a spiritual director, and the author of Trauma-Informed Yoga for Therapists. And I did not bring my book today, and it is not free, but I'm so glad that you're offering those for free. So with 30 years of experience, clinical experience, and 20 years of experience teaching yoga, I'm used to being an expert in my field. But today, I'm not here as an expert. I'm here only as an expert in my own personal experience of my use of psychedelics, from the invitation of my daughter Miriam, who was on the previous panel on harm reduction. But rather than use more words to describe the context of that, we've been sitting for a while, so I'm wondering if you would indulge me for a moment. This is an invitation. If you would like to, I invite you to stand. And we had a lovely little practice, but I feel like we need a little bit more than that. So if you would, just shake out your hands a little bit, shake out your feet. And again, completely an invitation. If you don't feel like looking like a dweeb with me up here, it's okay. But it's also really good for nervousness when you're standing in front of people, right? And if you're familiar with Kundalini yoga, it's a Kundalini practice, usually done for 20 minutes, but it's okay, we don't do it for 20 minutes. But let's just take, as you just let that get a little bit slower, notice what happens when you're moving your body in this way. And then again, as an invitation, if you're able to move your arms, just slowly inhale your arms up, sigh it out. Like you just got in a hot tub. Let's try it again. Try it a bit louder. Really good. One more. Good. We're going to do my go-to breath. It's called stair-step breathing, and I promise you this is going somewhere. So we're going to take 4 little sips of air, you're going to pause at the top of your breath, and then slowly let it out through your nose. It goes like this. Pause, let it out through your nose. So steps, elevator. Got it? Let's try it. On the count of 3, we're going to do it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Inhale. Pause. Let it out. And again, inhale. Pause. Let it out through your nose. One more time. Inhale. Pause. Let it out. And then just let yourself breathe a natural breath. And if you want to, just put your hand on your heart for a moment. And just take a moment, notice, did that breath elevate your pulse? Do you feel just a little bit different in your body in this moment? Maybe take a moment of gratitude for the awesomeness of this heart that's beating under your chest, whether or not you do anything. It's an underconscious awareness, keeping you alive 24/7. And if that feeling of gratitude actually arises in you, don't feel like you have to manufacture it. Just be with it for a moment. It's the awesomeness of your own body. And then just let your hand release. One more thing. It's called a horse whinny. This one looks totally ridiculous and it feels great. And it just helps to dissipate the extra energy of the extra tension in the face where we all have tension. It goes like this, both hands, and it goes. So you lift both hands. Oh, that's great. 2 more times. And 1 more. Slowly take a seat. As a therapist, as a yoga teacher, as a spiritual director, and a lover of the outdoors, I routinely convene spaces for people to enter into mystical experiences of themselves. So we can make friends with our body. It's about that radical love, that radical compassion for yourself, self-care, self-love. It's the hardest work we ever have to do. And to know that you're not alone in the universe. And now, I realize that ceremonial use of psychedelics is also a wing in. So if you still have one of those sticky notes on your chair, I'm inviting you to ask yourself, and this is something that I often ask my clients, as you take in this experience, this exploration of psychedelics today, what is love's invitation? That's in case the accent is getting it confused. What is love's invitation to you today? And I hope that you'll think about that, meditate upon that, as you hear from your elders today.
Anybody like to get started? Have any questions they'd like to begin with? Yeah.
I have a question. I'm just thinking how to formulate it. So I have two elderly people in my family who are both really having open discussions about the life process related to their health issues. And from my perspective, I think it would be interesting for them to have a psychedelic experience with low dose of mushrooms, especially if one of these people is really into nature and environmentalism. So in your opinion, is it a good idea for someone to have their first psychedelic experience at the, I'm not going to say the brain transition, but if they haven't really done it before at all? And that's kind of the curious what your opinions are.
I kind of have my left brain and right brain hat on right now, so I'm thinking about this both from the clinical perspective and this sort of more spiritual perspective. I hate to make those dichotomous, and I'm looking at you, Bill, because we had a discussion earlier about this topic. And I'm also thinking about the concept of consent coming up earlier. I would say if either of your elderly loved ones is interested and there's no contraindications, where there's no reason that it might be harmful, I don't see why not if it's offered in a loving space and it's that, again, there's informed consent. Your loved one knows what is possible. Your loved one is interested in expanding at that point. And I think for a lot of us facing death, we start to realize how little, or aging, we start to realize how little control we have, or illness. All of these things that in our culture, in this country, are shut out, are shunned, are made invisible to some degree, and yet so many of us are dealing with our own mortality, our own impermanence, our own illness. And so to consciously step into these spaces that might make us even more vulnerable, might make us even more open to accepting our imperfections, our discomforts, and the immense amount of love that comes from opening to really believing that it's okay to soften into these dark spaces, right? I'm not sure if this is a concrete answer, but this is what comes up for me thinking of that. And the way I heard you speak it, what I heard was it sounds like one might be more open than the other. And I love that your loved ones are having these conversations openly, because there is so much room from that space to offer, hey, does this interest you? Would you like to explore this? I guess my answer is I don't see any reason why not, but it's important just to understand the context and to be educated, right?
Okay, I have a specific question. How would you describe the benefit of doing it to people who think that it's like some tricky party thing, they don't want to have, specifically one person said that working gives you bad dreams, they don't have bad dreams, they think of us in the 60s, basically like that. So what's the context?
So how do we describe psychedelics as something that might be desirable or useful to people who have already preconceived notions about plant medicine, let's say? I don't think I'm the best person to answer this, but if I had to, if you came to me specifically with this question, I would say
educate yourself and then bring that topic with questions for them, right? Bring it to them with curiosity rather than, I'm going to tell you why you might want this, but hey, I learned about this. This is something I'm interested in, and I have a feeling like if you knew about it, this might be something that you might be interested in, and then see what comes up, and then if they say, oh well, that's a hippie thing, or oh well, that's these are bad things, or I don't want bad dreams. Maybe lean in a little. I'm curious about that. What's coming up for you, and what might make you feel more comfortable with this? I don't know. It feels like a dialogue rather than a description.
Thank you. Not to say, since I was talking about the documentary earlier, Psychedelia as a documentary does a beautiful job of taking from the early stigma to showing what it is today, and it ends with a lot of patient testimonials of elderly people. So they talk about their experience, and one is an old librarian, like somebody you wouldn't expect to be associated with psychedelics. So it really takes apart the stigma very well, and I think for what you're describing, if you have elderly family members who might be open to it, I would watch that documentary. That's a good
For those of you who couldn't hear that in the audience, the movie Psychedelia has a bunch of testimonials from elderly people, and it sort of takes apart the stigma. So I just wanted to repeat that it might be worthwhile in that context to share that movie.
I just want to say that when I was speaking to you, you gave me this gift, and I was hoping that you would share it with the group about what it's like when someone passes. And is that too intimate to ask you to share? But it was so beautiful when you told me that you sometimes have the experience with them. And I think, for me, I'm often looking for the other side with psychedelics. I want to know what's over the cliff.
Okay. I think that's a great question, right? So for those of us with a fear of death or curiosity about death, and you're right that for me personally, I have seen a lot of overlap in the death process and in the psychedelic experience. And this is something I don't actually talk about publicly, so this is a little, oh no, it's all good. It's all perfect. You and I were having a conversation earlier about, I don't know, it started with my own nervousness, and I feel like I'm really being called to talk about things that I wouldn't normally talk about in public spaces. But when I first transitioned to end-of-life care, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know why I was there, but I just felt strongly that I needed to be there. And the context I ended up in was offering Reiki to hospice patients, but specifically hospice patients in an inpatient facility who were within 7 days of dying, usually, or people who were very, very close to death. And so these are people who were actively in the death process, and I was putting my hands on them. And what ended up happening for me is I started having shared death experiences. And this is a term that not everyone is familiar with, but if you're familiar with a near-death experience, a shared death experience is a phenomenon that happens when someone is with someone who's dying, or sometimes when they're not even, but you experience what the dying person is experiencing. So people actually go on that journey into death, often with their loved ones, someone they're close to. And I didn't know what this was, but here I was in a hospice facility putting my hands on people, and I was having experiences of bliss. I was seeing a bright light. I was noticing other beings in the room, and these were things that had never happened to me before. And I was a very rigorous scientific professor, and it was disorienting and absolutely beautiful. And all that I knew is that these people, and what I was experiencing, being around people who were undergoing that dying process, was something incredibly beautiful, incredibly reassuring, incredibly supported. There were other people there supporting that process. They weren't physical beings in the room, but I was feeling all these things that for me I had no context for. I didn't know what that was. And I've talked to people who have had near-death experiences, and it's very similar if you're familiar with this literature. And in my own psychedelic, my own experience with plant medicine, I've had very similar experiences. And not having remembered dying before, as someone who believes that we come back, I can't tell you if that's really what I'm feeling, right? I don't remember what it felt like before, but the similarities between what I've heard and what I've experienced and what I've indirectly experienced with the dying makes me feel very confident, not only that death is something very beautiful, but that also psychedelics can help us prepare for dying in the same way that certain meditation practices and certain internal practices can help us prepare for what we ultimately will face. And I really encourage all of us to train on dying. All of us to train in being present with the fact that what we have right now is not what we're always going to have. And again, I'm going to put this microphone down, invite someone else to speak, but do you have thoughts on this, Bill?
Sure. Yeah, I had some thoughts about that. You know, when we talk about taking a trip, I mean, what do you, if you're going to go to Paris, what do? You prepare for it, you anticipate problems, then you go take a trip to Paris, see all the sights, take pictures, and then you want to come back and talk about it and show everybody your great photos. So, to ask somebody who is slipping toward their end or death, you want to take a trip, it's kind of the same thing. Can they do it? Are they prepared? What's the point of it? Suppose they have a great experience and then they die. What did it matter? And we were talking about that earlier, that a lot of people have this strong sense that they have to do certain things before they die. But I've never been able to figure out why. I mean, everybody feels that strongly, but suppose you don't do it and you die. Did it matter that you got those things accomplished? Well, if we bring these things into our next life, that's something, okay, yeah, it's definitely worth it. But there's a lot of conflicting opinions about whether, we have another life or what we take from this life into the next one if there isn't, that kind of thing. So, it's a really interesting question. But first, I think you were saying, if you want to convince your mother to take a trip, maybe the best way is to have her watch the testimony of other people her age who did take a trip. And I think that would be the best sales job if you want to push that.
Speaking of near-death experiences, that's something I've been fascinated with. And I don't know if you ever saw heard of the book Proof of Heaven by Eben Alexander. You can just go to YouTube and put in Proof of Heaven, and it's him speaking to a room like this for about 50 minutes about his, he was in a coma for 5 days, and he experienced what he describes as a heaven state. And it was pretty much impossible for him to be dreaming it because the coma was so deep that he had zero brain activity. So he couldn't have been just imagining it. But I think it's funny to me when I think about tripping. I feel like maybe we all, or maybe myself just speaking, I feel like I'm almost embarrassed by how amazing it was and is for me to be in a deep psychedelic state. It feels like heaven to me. And my sense of myself is a consciousness that does not need a body to exist. It's clear as day. My consciousness will not die. It was never born. It just is. And there's a book called something like Getting Past Upside Down Thinking. And it's this new thought where people are writing about it. But that consciousness exists separate from our brain. Our brain doesn't create consciousness. It's sort of like a wavelength that exists, and our brains are like a transistor radio that just pick it up for a while. but it exists separate from us. And I guess that's just this thing is, why is it so hard for us who trip to not shout from the mountaintops how amazing it is? I never do. I'm afraid to tell my nephew out in Gibsonia, like, Johnny, you gotta try this, man, you know? But I won't, because he just wants to go to the Penguin game and be at this, Pittsburgh, and I'm afraid to upset the apple cart. And I don't know why that is. I mean, why wouldn't I share what I think is the most amazing window into eternity with the people I love? And my mother's in a nursing home right now. She's probably on the last month or two here. And I've had the same thought. I said, if I could just put a little bit of mushrooms in her tea, but then it's like, whoa, I'm not going to do it. But as to your question, it's just kind of like, I mean, it's not toxic. They're not going to overdose from it. I mean, I'm not, we're all so concerned about our legal liability of whatever we share. But not really advice to you or whatever, but why not? What's holding someone?
Because they're going to have to deal with their own inner reality when they do have that experience. We don't know what their inner world is like. They might not know what Johnny might not know what is.
But they've come to you already and said, it's not like you're too, it's funny, Jerry Garcia was interviewed once and he was talking about one of his best friends who would run down the street in San Francisco in 1966, sticking acid in tourists' mouths, telling him it was candy. And Jerry thought it was really funny, and I thought it was horrifying. It's like, these people did not want to do this. But your friends have at least come to you and said, not yes, but they're curious, so anyway, my main thing is, why are we so shy? Most of us who have tripped have had pretty great experiences, and if we didn't, we probably would have just had one and done, and we wouldn't be here today. But I just noticed myself, when I was writing that book, I said, oh my God, someone's going to come up to me at a book signing and say, my son was on your drug and drove into a bus or something, and I'll feel terrible. But it's like, at some point, I think we have to stand up and be counted and offer our psychedelic testimony. And mine would be, like Aldous Huxley, I don't know if you know the English author, purportedly, I don't know if it's a true story, but he had his wife administer a massive dose of LSD right before he died, so that he would go off in that realm. And I'm right there with him. I can't think of a better platform to jump off into eternity than deep into a mushroom trip. And maybe there's ways to get there with meditation and other practices, but I guess that's just something I would shout out to all of us is we're worried about the law, and with people like Brett working so hard to change it, that's wonderful. And I live in Wilkinsburg, and I'm going to go, based on the marginalized community discussion, and I'm going to go and really talk to some neighbors of mine that are black neighbors that I feel separate from, because I'm a white guy in Wilkinsburg, and I want to break through that fear of mine, like, what are we going to have to talk about? How are we going to relate? And also work with Brett on changing these laws, because I think most of us would love to do it legally and then really tell our friends how amazing it is. That's at least my opinion.
You're okay.
Thank you. Just more of a comment, really. It makes me just tie this back in with the idea of set and setting. You're working with somebody who's dying and fearful that the mindset is already fear-ridden and the setting is critical. So, I think that an important thing to consider moving forward is that any meetings like today are how that changes in the future, because now we can all be advocates. This become more of a normal conversation, so that when people do find themselves at a stage of impending mortality, that's something they consider and say, you know what, I want to die in a state of dignity. I want to die with autonomy and agency. And that can be something that we create through even the conversations we're having today is why that's going to be possible for people who are going to be passing in the future. So I just wanted to throw out the setting concept of that because, yeah, same way, I've had some psychedelic experiences where I've wanted to just like call all my friends and be like, everybody needs to do what I did, type of thing. But that's not fair. Everybody has to find their way to it, on their own. And so my thought is like normalizing these conversations and normalizing these concepts and things like that starts to dispel fear through information, through normalcy. And in the future, maybe we'll have a model where people can choose to die how and when they want to die, as opposed to, we can give that to our dogs and our cats, but we can't do that for ourselves, and I think that's a real shame. But I just want to throw that out there.
I would add, and this doesn't address specifically what you're saying, Steve, but a resource that I found really helpful is a book called Being Mortal, so that we can have these conversations when you can actually ask your loved one, what is it that you want? So you can have that conversation and know before it's critical or before they're in the last days of their life. And it's a really good resource, Being Mortal. I think maybe on Being Mortal.
The author is Atul Gawande.
Thank you.
So my question is for anybody on the panel, speaking to this possible relationship between psychedelic experience and the death experience. My understanding is that in some ancient mysteries, there's a quote saying, if you die before you die, then you can live, truly live. So my question is, how does that psychedelic experience experience of death inform this idea of truly living? How do we translate that into life?
My sense is that you still wake up the next day. It's often really frustrating for me to wake up the next day and just be me again. I wish I could stay. I remember when I was a kid, when I was still tripping, how did it work? I think this was the experience of tripping. It was like not a connected circle. It was like I was more porous as a being, and I wanted to stay there so badly. But I woke up in the morning and I was me again, So I don't really know that the shortcut, if you will call it that, of psychedelics can really help you face death better or be ready for the jump off. I don't know if Aldous Huxley had a better death than someone who wasn't dosed out of his tree as they stopped breathing, But it feels to me like there's got to be something that makes us a different and a better person. Mickey Hart, one of the drummers of the Grateful Dead, said that they're in the transportation business. It's not the transformation, but they really do. People go to Grateful Dead concerts, they have these incredible dance experiences and mind-blowing experiences, and they come out the other side and they've been transported to a different whatever, they're just different the next day. But I think frustratingly, we're so much not, it's still just you pissed off at someone in traffic who cut you off, and you're like, damn, and like, oh, I thought I was all zen, But really, it's really hard. And I think that's why people like Ram Dass and other people, they say, the drugs take you to a certain place, but at some point you have to find a practice, whether it's typically meditation or some other practice to make you get there and stay there. But anyway, I don't know about you guys, but to me it's very frustrating how it's amazing what it shows you, but it's also amazing how quickly the next day you're still you, and that's not really helpful, but it's honest.
You just basically said everything I want to say, but I'm going to say it in other words right now. But I think that quote, if you die before you die, you can truly live, comes from some meditation tradition, and I'm not sure which one. But you said exactly what I think is just it, is that
two words came to mind. One was integration, right? Having spaces in which to integrate our psychedelic experiences is extremely important. So it's not just, and I think for those of us who are solo psychonauts, right, that we have to put a lot of effort into taking that experience into our daily lives, right? But if we have a community of people who we are engaging with about our psychedelic and spiritual experiences, then it gets carried through as more of a thread in our lives. Yeah. Community.
This is new for me. You guys are new to me. I've never been in an open psychedelic community, so it's beautiful.
Yeah. And I'm also thinking, I've done many meditation practices in my life, and I was raised with one where you went into a separate space and closed your eyes and were separate from the world and meditated and then came back out into the world. And then later in my life I engaged with mindfulness meditation, in which in many ways that it is taught, you keep your eyes open as a bridge to your practice and your real life being one and the same, right? So we do need perhaps supportive practices, if not integration with others, a meditation practice or a practice in which we intentionally take that experience, that deep dive, out into our lives. The last psychedelic experience I had, I wrote so much, and then I can check back in the mornings and read what I wrote and remember, how is this important to how I'm living my life today? So integration. I'm also really curious if I can piggyback on this question about how I think I might be the youngest person on this panel, how your psychedelic experiences are changing the way you view aging. And
definitely, it makes me more appreciative of life and open to the world around me. Anybody else like to comment on that?
I guess in the most basic sense, it's easy when you get older to slow down and to take less risks. And you're sort of worried, like, oh, I might fall, whether it's physically when you're very old, like my mother is afraid to get out of bed because she might fall. And there are certain things physically. I used to ski. I was one of those people on the 7th Spring. I love that she was like, what the fuck? But my knees are bad now. I can't ski. I tried to ski last year, and for a week or for a month, I couldn't go down the stairs very well. So skiing is done. I'm just not going to do it. My knees can't take it anymore. But I think psychedelics for me recently, in these last few years when I rediscovered them, there's this feeling of, the mind, I don't think wears out. I'm hoping, but I think the mind is saying, like, dude, I'm up for this. You want to just do a hero's dose? Let's go, So I'd love to age like this with like-minded people gathering, in a safe space, hopefully one day legally, and just keep going deeper and deeper within, So I just am looking forward more to my elder years than I was before. So that's an answer to your question.
As a capitalist, I think, okay, somebody needs to build a place where people like us can go and be together as we age and do whatever it takes to make us okay.
How about a nursing home for dead?
I'm dead serious about that. I mean, my mom's nursing home is really sort of a terrible place, I have to say.
It's incredibly depressing. I go there and I practically just cry through the hallways. And it's like we are so advanced. We send people to the moon, and yet there's a lot of talk about this in the book on being mortal. About just what a disservice we do to our older people. We sort of just go like that, and then they just sit in wheelchairs in hallways and drill on themselves. Not everybody, So yeah, whether it's capitalist or entrepreneurial or just great ideas, I would love to get old in a community of like-minded people like that.
I would like to get on with like-minded people too. Yes. So we want to like start that nursing home for a day. Like we can get some that sounds really good. I want to thank the panel today. We can all give a round of applause for our panel. So really like taking this moment to be present and think about what mindfulness means to each of us and how we can practice it any time of the day, when we brush our teeth, when we go for a walk, when we play with our children, when we play with our dog. It can be there in that moment. And so I appreciate that everyone has been so present today, and I can feel that everyone is really here and with this. And I feel like afterwards, when we all integrate what this is going to mean to our lives, that we're going to realize that this moment really mattered in the community that we had and being so present. And we have one final panel of the day. And so I'd like to invite the panelists up for cultivating your local psychedelic community. So I believe that would be Dr. Saad, Ross, Dylan, and who am I forgetting? Sorry. I lost my paper, so I'm using a upside down screenshot. And yeah, Ross, Doug, Leanna, Dylan, and Dr. Saad. Okay, so we have some new faces up here too. So that we can keep things moving along, I know that you've met Dr. Saad and Leanna, but we're going to go ahead and make sure everyone else has an opportunity to introduce themselves. Okay.
All right, well, I'm Dylan Denardo. I do a number of things in the psychedelic space. The one that takes most of my time is serving as the CEO of Mind State Design Labs, which is a psychedelic drug development company. We're making next generation psychedelics. Co-founded the company with Tom Ray, who's a professor of computer science and biology, as well as Anne Shulgin. Many of you may have heard of Sasha and Anne. Sasha was the godfather of psychedelics. They created most compounds that exist today. So we are taking some psychedelic compounds that the Shulgins created through the clinic, as well as creating new compounds as well. We are based here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. One of the more recent things we were involved in was the DEA action, where they had proposed scheduling some new psychedelic compounds, a number of these Shulgin compounds. This was the first time they had done so in many years, and we, along with a number of other psychedelic companies and interested parties, stood up to the DEA and for the first time stopped the DEA from scheduling new psychedelics. So that was Pittsburgh.
Hi everyone. My name is Ross Sullivan. I am one of the co-founders of Center for Psychedelic Education and acting as managing director as well. My background in this space comes from a background in health and fitness and holistic lifestyle coaching that I was able to translate to integration work. So for a brief period of time, I was working with individuals preparing for and integrating, particularly ayahuasca experiences. And it was through that practice that I started to realize that there was a correlation. There was like a micro and macro thing happening with the individual integration process and this larger cultural integration process that this event is a part of, that we're all a part of over the last few years and going into the future as we work towards changing policy and developing the infrastructure for what will be an industry, a market, a field, a movement, however you want to phrase it. And so with the Center for Psychedelic Education, what we're looking to do along those lines is some of the deeper work is about creating the care infrastructure, like getting into inquiry and prototyping and discovery of like what is the actual care infrastructure that supports a health system, a new health system through psychedelic assisted therapy. So beyond just what our current mental health models offer us. looking at it from a holistic perspective. And then the education piece that comes with that is what is necessary to support that. And inside of that, what are the values? What are the concerns and the values that we want to be instilling in the industry and in the care systems that we're creating? And a lot of folks, I think, in these panels have talked about, especially Liana and the first panel, of like, we don't really know the answers. We're not necessarily here to stand and teach in a didactic way of like, hey, we have the answers, this is what you need to know. We're really interested in getting into this inquiry and this discovery and finding out together in this experience what is it going to take to build communities and to build this psychedelic infrastructure. And for me personally, my vision, kind of what I see for that, is this larger network of local networks. So for example, starting here in Pittsburgh, coming together in inquiry and discovery, trying to figure out like, what is this thing that we're doing and talking about with psychedelics, and then what are the care systems and the education needed to make sure that we're integrating them appropriately. So that's what brings me here.
Hello, I'm Doug, the Chief Empathy Officer of Empathic Health. And what Empathic Health is a psychedelic peer support integration community. So what that looks like, we have a virtual platform where we have integration circles every week. We have a microdosing group that meets on Monday to set our intentions for our practice for the week. We have monthly movie nights where we'll vote on a movie, usually psychedelic focused, to watch as a community and then get together and talk about it. We have a seasonal book club. You've read Aldous Huxley, you've read The Immortality Key. And what we really just provide is that container to meet like-minded people like you're meeting here today, that are interested in the same things that you are, that want to be having these conversations and might not know where to go. So we have this virtual community. You can meet people in your area like we are today. And our end goal, what we love to see, is people meeting in person that met virtually to have experiences, whether that be a hike, a cacao ceremony, yoga, sound healing, anything that you can think of, forming these connections with people that are of the same mind as you, that understand the value in working on yourself and focusing on how you can better yourself while bettering others and providing a support to other people. Understanding at the end, none of us know what the hell we're doing, but being able to come together and know that, we can operate in a whole new space. So it's really all about connection for me. I absolutely love it, seeing what can come out of someone you chance meet at an event like this. So I really encourage everyone to get the contact information of at least one person here, especially someone that was on a panel, because they probably know a lot of the people here. And then you have access to all of those people and their resources and network. So if you want to connect with someone whose information you didn't get, you can contact that one person whose information you did get and say, hey, I really do have a question now for that one person. Can you connect me? And I assure you, they know someone that knows them, or they know them themselves, and you can get what you're looking for to support yourself, to support your network, and begin to share all the best practice resources that are out there with everyone that you can in your network to just continue to grow it out. Thanks.
So I guess we should keep it brief because I already talked your ear off, but just in case somebody's new, my name is Liana Louise. I'm a clinical psychotherapist. I study liberation psychology, and my specialty is interracial relationships, and before this I studied race and gender, and I write a lot about anti-blackness in the mental health community. And I love mushrooms. That's it.
Everyone, I spoke earlier as well. My name is Saad, and I'm a pharmacist out of Pittsburgh. And today's discussion is about cultivating your own local psychedelic community. And I'd love to take a few minutes right now just to really share how I was able to get here today and some of my personal journey. So 5 years ago, I was in pharmacy school. I had a lot of issues that I wasn't dealing with. I was numb with the nicotine and the caffeine that I was putting in my body just to cram for exams. To be honest with you, I was very in my head. ed. I was in between many friend groups because of the way you kind of separate from your immediate friend groups going into pharmacy school. So I didn't really have a social support system. I was not taking care of myself mentally. Fortunately, I came across psychedelics a year prior to a pretty poor mental health incident of mine, and I recognized that there's a lot of value that psychedelics can offer. I read a lot of Terence McKenna, came across MAPS earlier on, and when I realized that I needed to start taking care of myself, I understood that I didn't want to pursue the traditional path of antidepressants. I was learning all about them in school, the whole slew of side effects, potential interactions, and I wanted something else. Unfortunately, my curiosity intersected with being able to pursue a magic mushroom experience. I was working at a waffle brunch spot in Southside and asked one of the chefs if he had 5 grams of mushrooms I could buy. And this was in pharmacy school, and he's like, yeah, no problem. And I prepared for the experience. I did the intention setting, the journaling, had this profound experience on the 5 grams, focusing on nothing but the back of my eyelids, the way Terence McKenna has prescribed. And it was absolutely liberating for me. I recognized how real my issues are, but also how insignificant they can be, and that a lot of them were very self-imposed shackles, and they dissipated. And I just remember having this beautiful imagery of me being like a butterfly, and I was a caterpillar just like trying to dodge around the muck and get stepped on, and like, oh, when am I going to eat? When am I going to rest? And then here I was in my room in my blankets as a cocoon in the chrysalis, reflecting, and all these beautiful insights were coming up. And then I just remember like breaking out of my blanket, like all covered in sweat, feeling like I was like this mucus-covered butterfly. And it just felt so free, so freeing. Trying to integrate the experience, I had no idea what integration was. So I was talking to my friends, my roommates, hey, so like, I just took these mushrooms, and right away everyone was like, whoa, like, what do you think? Don't. I could tell that it was a drug of abuse to them. Oh, you just had a trip, man. Other people tripped too. And I didn't have anyone to really recognize like the profundity of what I experienced. And I took a lot of my insights and I actually became very active in my local pharmacy school, very active in my local community council, all in 1 year. And I recognized from the experience, if I died today, what have I freaking done? I'm a student, I'm a son, I'm a sibling. I work at a restaurant, I'm an intern. Like, what have I done aside from this? Why am I so passive in my life? And that's where I took a lot on. I was the vice president of the Pennsylvania Pharmacists Association, treasurer of Phi Delta Chi. I took on a president position for the Pediatric Pharmacy Advocacy Group, and I was Southside Community Council board director, the youngest elected. But the one I really want to hone in on is the American Pharmacists Association. So I served as the international vice president of APHA-ASP, where they flew me out to Seattle to represent their Duquesne chapter. And this is really what kicked me into the deep end of psychedelics, going to an APHA conference. So I was there Thursday to Sunday, and it was Sunday. This is about a year after my 5 experience. And it was a Sunday. I asked my advisor, Dr. H, hey, can I go downtown Seattle? The conference is pretty much over for me. I'd love just to check it out. And I started, she's like, yeah, of course. So I walk around aimlessly downtown Seattle, and I serendipitously came across the Seattle Psychedelic Society. I sat right beside them at a coffee shop getting work done, and they're talking about ayahuasca and mescaline and DMT, and I'm like, whoa, what is going on? Oh, we're the Seattle Psychedelic Society. Would you care to join us for conversation? And from there, I finally had community. And that's what we're here to talk about is community. They inspired me to bring back the idea here to Pittsburgh. I helped create the Pittsburgh Psychedelic Society about 4 years ago, not knowing there was already a nice underground scene living and thriving. I just didn't have access to them. And that has evolved to the Psychedelic Club, and a lot of other things transpired from there. So you can find community here now, which is absolutely phenomenal, but you can also find community in any city, state you go to, and thanks to the applications I've done, thanks to the folks at CPE, we're going to try to make that as accessible as possible, being the community finding element of things. So I just wanted to share a little bit of how I got into the space and just the value of community here.
I want to share something too, Saad. How I met Dr. Saad was I contacted Decrim Nature National, and said, I wouldn't do shit in Pittsburgh. Is there anybody doing stuff where I live? And they're like, well, I'm not sure, but there is this young gentleman that's about to graduate from pharmacy school and seems really interested that you might want to talk to. So we pretty much met because we wanted so desperately to be involved in what we're talking about, and so building community was as much as just making connections and reaching out to people and saying, come on, like who is around here and who can do this? And Elizabeth and I had cannabis magazines. We lost those during the pandemic, and when we decided that we needed more than just, it was more than cannabis. We needed to be talking more about the collective trauma that everyone was facing. We started Plant Media Project with this podcast, and immediately had all these people reaching out to us, like Montel Williams and Tommy Chong. We were like, what? Why does anyone want to talk to like two moms that like have, you know, but we were putting ourselves out there, and by doing that, we started webbing ourselves into this community and finding people. And so now, like, I'm actually working in psychedelics every day. I work with Horizons Perspective on Psychedelics, producing their events, and also with MAPS on psychedelic science in Denver. So there's been a lot more of these, but we have to find our community no matter where we live by just reaching out and looking for it, like Saad did. He didn't know that there was already a psychedelic club in Pittsburgh, so we started a society, and then we merged. And it's just like we're all in it together. And look around here, there's a lot of people in my hometown that's here for psychedelics today, and it gets me fired up. Sorry.
If we could just do another round of applause for Gina for the energy she brings. Questions?
In terms of getting people access to the actual psychedelics, I suppose the full legalization would be obviously the most effective and easiest way. If full legalization didn't happen for these substances, what do you envision as a way of, you know, making sure that these substances are safe? Do you see like a state monopoly like you have with the cannabis? Do you see labs certified, or just capitalist free for all? How do you picture that?
Yeah, that's a good question. And Dylan, you want to take this?
Start.
So there are many different pathways that this is all happening. I'd say, first of all, there's already access to ketamine legally. It can be very expensive, unfortunately, and so some reform is definitely needed there. But ketamine as a type of psychedelic is available to those who need it through legal pathways. There is, of course, the religious side of things, either under the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act or some other legal pathway. There are people in Pittsburgh trying to make it happen. Certainly other actions on the religious side nationally are potentially going to bring more access as well. There's the decriminalization and legalization efforts, and then there's the medicalization effort. And I think all of these hopefully will work together to expand access. But maybe another practical tip, cannabis as well is just in many ways legal in Pennsylvania, at least through the medical paradigm. And cannabis can become its own powerful psychedelic when used in an intentional way, when used with the right kind of support, and also when combined with practices such as breathwork, for example. So in the short term, there are a few options like that. There are ways to work with religious organizations, not necessarily in Pennsylvania, but if you're going to travel within the US, there are religious organizations that can give you access to some other psychedelic medicines. So those are some short-term paths. Long-term, I hope this all works together and access opens.
I can speak from the kind of empathic health side on our public roadmap. In 2027, we're hoping to have one plant medicine retreat in the United States that's fully tax paid for members of that county. So you can get local healing with people, your neighbors, and not have to worry about how much it costs. And that would come with a shaman, a curandero, that if the government was ideally doing its real job of ensuring safe use of these medicines rather than preventing it, we would have a way to have the people overseeing these clinics and kind of all aspects of it, making sure that it's safe for members of the community, and we can get that local healing with I don't know about everyone here, but for me, I don't know half my neighbors in my apartment building. And I think as humans evolve, you had to count on your tribe, your local people to look out for you and protect you. And now we don't even know the people next door. So I think there's just immense value in starting at that local level and having the ability to heal with your friends, family, your local community, and bring back that small kind of aspect to it instead of going from a federal level down. So we think as a community, if we can get one of those, and you have to think there's some crazy congressperson somewhere that'll say, fuck it, try it in my district. If it works, it'll look great. And we put a lot of care into it. We do it well, and then you can scale that out to other communities one at a time and make sure that every one of those has the resources and attention it needs to be a successful endeavor. So that's one of the ways that we hope to see medicine used for the community, by the community, with the community.
Your question is awesome. It's like, how do we envision an equitable psychedelic care system, right? I think there is no question that these will be legalized. I think the question is, how will they be legalized? Because legalization doesn't mean shit if it's not accessible, if it's high barriers to entry, and it's only geared toward a specific patient population. Fortunately, when it comes to access, there are state initiatives like Oregon. I'm sure we've heard about Oregon doing the Psilocybin Services Act. That's not necessarily a psilocybin-assisted therapy. It's like a really weird nuance, being that because it's not FDA approved, you can't really call it therapy yet. But it's really following the therapeutic model. It's called it's a Services Act, though. They're going to roll that out on 2023, so next year. And we have, Dr. Henry McLean for Sound Mind Institute is leading a facilitator training program. They're trying to create, like Oregon, they're trying to create all of the rules in that state to figure out how to give access to adults to consume psilocybin-containing mushrooms. So that's going to happen, which is really awesome. For me, it's like, okay, what's the sustainability about accessing that type of care, right? How it's not sustainable, it's not equitable, it's not accessible to have to fly out all the way to Oregon to be able to pursue this experience. Fortunately, it's not only for people with depression and anxiety, which is what we're going to see for the FDA approval of these compounds. That's a whole other landscape right there. So the way I envision psychedelic care to take effect is in the community. I feel as though it's imperative that if we want these to be sustainable community healing models, they need to be embedded within the zip code itself of the community serving, led by community members within that area. So if you didn't have a chance over in the back, the Silo Health table, we have some handouts, and specifically we have like a little chart that talks about the community care system framework, where we want to be able to pair up community peer supporters, so people, clinician or not, that understand the information about psilocybin, about psychedelics, general de-escalation techniques, essentially sort of like an in-person fireside project peer supporter. We want to pair them up with psychedelic-friendly therapists, so that way they can well-round the care for these clients, for these patients, for these peers, to go from preparation to dose-day support to the integration afterwards, giving the patients, giving the people the option of whether or not they want to be more on the community side or more on the clinician side, or both, depending on the resources they have and the time they have to commit to pursuing the experience. Of course, this is navigating the gray areas, right? Fortunately, there is a nice article written by a lawyer who claims this is not legal advice, that talks about the legality of trip sitting, and that he claims that trip sitting is a legal service. It's written by a lawyer, I think his name's Matthew Bourne. You should be able to find that article on LinkedIn. But yeah, we have to sort of flirt with this type of conversation to really understand what is it that we can do and what is it that we can't do. And for me as a licensed pharmacist, it is a struggle to do that every single day, because I want to have these conversations. There's only so much we can say at this time. Decriminalization is another pathway. So we hear about decrimination. We also have other groups like the Bay Staters for Natural Medicine. We have, they're essentially they are deprioritizing law enforcement from apprehending individuals who ingest, who cultivate, or who share these compounds. I think selling is still illegal, which is why they call this a grow-gather-gift model, grow-gather-gift approach. And we have areas that have decriminalized or deprioritized, and like Santa Cruz, a few other areas in California, the Bay Area, Oakland, for example, Denver, they do that. And then Oregon, I love the Oregon model because it's Measure 109 passed, which is the Psilocybin Services Act, which is like the legalization of psilocybin service. But then Measure 110 passed. Measure 110 is what's decriminalized personal possession of any illegal compound up to a certain quantity limit. People will argue that this is classist because, why even restrict the quantity limit? Because now you're allowing law enforcement to target people regardless of any real world evidence as to whether or not they possess anything over a certain quantity limit. So there is some nuance even in that, quote unquote win in policy. So that's like the framework, that's a legal landscape as a general overview. And religious exemption we spoke about, ketamine is legal. So, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'll go quickly. I think earlier I spoke a little bit about the reasons, really reflecting on the reasons why we do any of this in the first place. And usually we come up with very similar things, our mental health, and our health of our community, and the health of our families, and I think really thinking deeply about what that means as we move into this next opportunity to do this very differently than we did in the past, particularly with medical marijuana or decriminalizing marijuana, because it's very clear who benefits from that and who's not benefiting from it, and it's disgusting. It's just really infuriating to watch what was like Miley Cyrus's mom holding like pounds of weed like on Instagram. This is gross. When we have very real realities of criminalizing people who we choose to criminalize. So I think that when I think about like what I want this to look like, I think that question is so important because it has to be brought up constantly, individually and in group settings, consistently, constantly. Because if we don't individually know where we stand, I talked about how there's no there is no mental health without justice. These things don't, our society's sick, we're sick, and there isn't a disconnection there. So until we're individually really thinking about how are we really going to do this differently? How are we going to make sure that people are getting out of prison? How are we going to make sure that those people who are locked up and suffering because of what we so deeply believe in, they should be benefiting? Like they were literally suffering so that we could sit here and have this fun conversation. So I think that's what I think about reparations looks like that. It looks like us really understanding that people suffered, and how can we focus on benefiting them? And I think that's why I really was drawn to silo health and just like this idea of really working within your community and creating those spaces and thinking about setting and my whole thing. My husband's tried lots of things in lots of different spaces, and I'm terrified of a lot of those spaces. Like the idea of like doing something like this with a white person around is like, no way. Like I have zero interest in that. Not because I'm afraid of a bad trip, but because I literally have no interest in it. It's like, it's a different type of energy to me that it is not healing. I'm afraid it's gonna like try to get, I don't know, it freaks me out. So I don't want it. And so I think a lot about that, like how do we create those kinds of environments, just like as a therapist, where people actually feel understood, And so as an adoptee, never having a therapist who was an adoptee was extremely harming to me. It was very violent experience. And I think that this is the same sort of thing, in that way. So it's really important that we're bringing people in with lots of different backgrounds and lots of different experiences, so that everybody can have that place where you feel, again, I'm not a fan of the earlier panel, we talked about safety, subjective, but a place where we choose, just like with death and dying, where do we choose, where do we get to say what we want, and who's safe and what we want, and this is such an important thing that we're doing here around that specifically. So yeah, that's what I hope that makes some sense. It's the end of the day and I'm fading, so thank you.
Yeah, and I'll build on that. Hopefully I can make this a coherent thought, but it would be a tragedy if psychedelics goes the way that cannabis has gone. And I think that's the opportunity that we have in this moment in front of us. Because as we look at how do we want this to look? Like, how do we want this to be? There are so many intersections that have to do with justice and that have to do with repairing a lot of systemic issues that we face. And so I think that, yeah, we have this opportunity to really like be in deep inquiry about what does all of that mean? What does it look like to build health systems? And I think that has to be done on like local levels to actually scale. And we can't just have one like generic model for psychedelics that fits in every community, every state, because every community within every state is very different. There are very different concerns. And, you know, one of the things I think to also consider is like, when we do talk about mental health or health in general, what does that actually mean? Because the things outside of the actual care, like economic opportunities, access to food, housing, like all of these things are more impactful. Research backs this. Those things are more impactful on health than the actual care or even the actual like therapy that somebody might receive. So when we're looking like at this sort of scaling question of how do we do it, we have to consider all of those things. Like what else is connected to what we're attempting to do, and how can we build systems and models that support health? You have some questions?
I said earlier, it's one thing to see it, another thing to live it. I've also, through these experiences, kind of seen just the double standard of how people are treated and feel also disgusting. But what does reparations actually look like in this context? How can we legally do better than the dehumanization of everyone? Is it having to come from federal level so that there's no positive demand to say, oh, that is it just having conversation and education?
No, the question was, in short, was just what does reparations actually look like? What I want to do is just be like, I don't know, you tell me. Because we've all been trying our best and we can only do so much, so where is everybody else? I don't know. So I think of it as like, I don't know, what does it look like? What are you going to do? I don't know what everybody's willing to do. I know most people aren't willing to do anything. I know most people are extremely comfortable with the way that things are. I know most people say, oh, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do. I know people say that. But I never have seen enough action, ever. Ever. So, you know, and I think about it especially, you know, I remember when earlier we talked about George Floyd and all these like moments that were kind of like hitting us, and I remember I had went to, even just when Trump got elected, I remember I went to my husband and I stayed in the house for like 2 weeks, didn't even go anywhere. And then when I finally felt like, okay, we can leave the house, I went to visit my parents, who are, I'm adopted, so both my parents are white, and they lived in Plum at the time. And I went out there, and I remember sitting down with my dad and saying, like, I'm just so terrified of white people, like, I'm just so terrified, and like, I'm just so terrified. And it ended in this massive physical fight. And I remember being in the car, crying, ready to drive myself to Western Psychiatric, because I was just like, I don't You know, I lived with these people, my parents are like hippies, they read all the same books, all of this stuff, and there was just this disconnect. Just like, damn it, like it's still fucking about you. Even with me, but oh, you're so good because you adopted a brown kid. It's all excused. And it was the most heartbreaking experience of my life. And that's what I think about every single day, is a heartbreaking experience. And something that I know I speak to with my friends of color often is like, wow, like you can kill white kids get killed and they don't even care about that. It's like, because it's one thing to say like it happens to us, but it's like it happens to you and you don't even care. Or it's like, oh my heart, oh this, oh that, but it's like there's no connection. And part of this is why earlier I talked about somatic abolitionism, which I think is extremely important for everybody on some level of practice, but particularly white people, because there is a physical disconnection over time when you think about what trauma has done to your body as a white person over time, a disconnection between like that feeling. When I watch a black woman suffer because of the death in her family, it's a completely different experience. It's a complete, I don't know if you've ever, as a therapist, I do a lot of weird stuff, like observe people's expressions, right? It's completely different. It's completely different. There's such a disconnection. I think that's why white people love psychedelics so much. Because you're in your body for the first time ever, generationally. Because the only way you can commit this kind of atrocity and continue to support systems that do, is to be disconnected from that, which is your humanity. So I think, at the end of the day, that's really a personal question. How uncomfortable are you willing to get physically? Physically. Not like sit in school and think and be like, I'm so smart and academic and I read all these books. How uncomfortable are you willing to get physically? Quest was up here talking, he's right. He is literally sacrificing his life being in a space like this. We know that government and law enforcement come to things like this. We know they're watching us. They're not going after you, they're going to go after him and me. So I think that there's this very real conversation that needs to happen individually and collectively amongst white people separately. Yeah, I hope this answers your question, where you are all deciding, well, what does that look like? How uncomfortable are you going to be? And if you study historically, has anybody ever heard of the love school? The love school? So historically, this isn't super long ago, it's like my parents' generation, but the love school was when all of the nonviolent actions and sit-ins were happening. That Dr. King was running among Southern Poverty Law Center and all those other places. White people were getting trained for that. They were going into the basements of churches, and they were along with their black colleagues, they were getting tortured. What are you going to do when you sit there and they're spilling hot coffee on you to tell you to leave during that sit-in? And they would practice this together so that they could have the purpose and the focus enough to do something like that. And I don't see anybody doing anything like that. I don't know anybody who's going to go to love school right now. Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that with me? Nobody's going to do that with me. I think that people want to believe that they will, deeply. But I know y'all are not going to do that. I know it. And I know that because there are very specific qualifications for people who are willing to do those kinds of things. And people of color, we don't have an option. It's just we wake up, we go outside. If we want to be alive, you have to do that. And so I encourage you, especially with the history that you've talked about, I would make those connections between whiteness and control and eating disorders. And I would start to really, and all of that is connected. So I don't know, you tell me, how are you all going to find your humanity? Because I don't know. I have no idea. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I hope it does somehow. Okay.
I think that there's no clear-cut answer to reparations. If there was, I think that there wouldn't be a question, and we'd be acting on it right now, ideally. But I really want to reframe it back to this idea of cultivating the local community, which is there's a lot of overlap here in these conversations. And I want to do a little exercise. So put your hand up in the room if you came here today. Okay, I think everyone's answering yes. If you came here today, put your hand up in the room. Okay, everyone? Cool, awesome. We are active. So keep your hand up right now if a loved one of yours knows you're here today. Awesome. No? No problem. Okay, keep your hand up in the room with a friend. Family member or friend knows that you're here today. Okay? Keep your hand up in the room with a coworker of yours knows you're here today. So see some hands drop. Okay. So I'm bringing this up right now, specifically about this idea of our coworkers, people that we work full time with for most of the time, 40 hours of our work, 40 hours of our life per week, and we are hiding, this conversation from them. And I'm curious, to ask, and you don't have to answer, but why is that? Is there shame? Is there guilt? Is there a stigma? I think we should be the ones leading the charge on destigmatizing and normalizing these conversations, especially in the workplace. We're not advocating for anything illegal. We're just trying to have conversation about a subject that's so freaking interesting. Look at us. We're here on a Saturday. It's so beautiful outside, and here we are. And it's no problem. There's a reason why we're here gathered today. So I really encourage you all, when it comes to cultivating your local community, you're here, amazing. Your friends, your family, your loved ones, they know about your interests, right? But I really encourage you all to, if you feel comfortable enough to do so, to just talk about this with your coworkers, because they have their own communities, their own families, their own traumas, their own issues that they could use some support with. And if they have no idea what's going on right now in the world of psychedelics, this is their conversation, right? This isn't the conversation for the FDA. It is, but it's not only exclusively for the FDA or for us. It's for everyone. These compounds, these medicinal, these sacred technologies have been around for millennia. Mushrooms grow from the earth. Who are we to ostracize an organism from the workplace to have a conversation about? So I encourage you all. I'm sure that there's always small talk going on in the workplace. I know that. So whenever next time someone says, "Oh, watching any cool shows on Netflix or something," just be like, "Have you seen How to Change Your Mind yet?" And just leave it at that. You don't need to sell them anything. You don't need to pitch them psychedelics. Just say, "Hey, have you heard of fantastic fungi? Have you heard of psychedelia? Like these free to stream or these streamable documentaries that are so factual, so ingrained in the research and the science, but also the subjective experience that connects us all." I think that is extremely important that we're doing that. Being able to have these conversations, not just our family, friends, and loved ones, but also our colleagues at work. So that's something I want to share.
Saad will be sending a mushroom Zoom background for anyone that wants one for the next meeting.
Yeah, I think maybe to tie some of this all together, after that conversation or that question that one might ask a coworker about seeing how to change your mind, maybe we can parlay that into asking the question of what does reparations look like? What does reparations mean? I think that's one of those types of conversations that we often shy away from and that we really need to be having. And this question and some of the other answers reminds me of a Bell Hooks quote that goes something like, "Healing doesn't happen in isolation, it happens in community." And so having these conversations, asking the hard questions and showing up for that in community, I think is how we find the answers.
I would really quick, I see you, sorry. I'll just add on to that really quick just to spread it even further. But I would say that we're talking about community, and that's extremely important, but it's also important to understand why community is important. And the way that our society is built to pull us apart from our community. It's built on individualism, and whiteness as a culture is built on individualism and pulling us apart, you keep everything quiet, right? As a therapist particularly who works a lot with loss and parents and child loss and all these kinds of things that I see every day, it's everything is in secret. Everything is in secret. And especially when I work with white clients who are tracing back, right? It's all brainwashed garbage, right? To make you a good American or whatever. But I think it's really important to pair that. So if we're going to be all about community, then you have to think about what is your idea of community? And what does that community look like that's been taken from you? And do you even want that back? Or are you comfortable with this controlled type of community where everybody's still like you, right? So I think that you have to keep taking everything. My mom always said, ask why 3 times. You have to keep taking it further Further, further.
Hi, I'm curious about how Brazilian healthcare work for food substances and those healthcare.
Yeah, could you say that again?
I'm a psychiatric nurse. I'm curious how people in work in healthcare can get more, participate more so with psychedelics.
Okay, so how people in healthcare can get more involved in psychedelics, and you're a psychiatric nurse.
So there's an awesome group called Open Nurses. I forget what it stands for, but I think it's something psychedelic, entheogen, like OP. Yeah, there's type of Open Nurses on Google, and you'll see like the acronym for it. And it's a group of psychedelic-friendly nurses that are trying to figure out, how they can get involved in the continuum of care of psychedelics. The Psychedelic Pharmacists Association, although we're a pharmacist association, we have a lot of nurses, psychotherapists, MDs, NDs, non-clinicians involved just because they're curious about psychedelics, they want a professional community. So those are two different online communities. Working Empathic Health community has a nice diverse group of clinicians as well as non-clinicians as well. And then, so those are community resources. But then if you want to get involved, just start talking about it, educate. Talk about the research, talk about the clinical trials, talk about how this medication works, some risks associated with it. There's nothing wrong with talking about government-funded FDA clinical trials, right? So being able to just do that and educate, not only are you normalizing, destigmatizing, and building community around you, you're also doing something that you're actually potentially more passionate about. So those are a couple ideas there.
No, it's fine. The psychedelics industry is huge. There have been $1.3 billion at least poured into psychedelics. And so pretty much whatever professional background you come from, you can probably get involved in the near future, especially if you're in the medical space. In the medical space, there are its own unique professional risks, I guess, but there are definitely safe ways to get involved. There are many psychedelic clinical trials that need to be run, and those all need nurses. There are many needs for psychedelic integration. There are going to be many needs on many different levels. So I'd say, as a nurse right now, if you want to get immediately involved, there are various educational training programs available that are specialized in psychedelic therapy, so you wouldn't have to go back to school necessarily, but you can get various certificates, both from universities as well as from just non-accredited but respected sources. And so maybe for some specific helpful examples, I know CIIS, California Institute of Integral Studies over in California, is the most well-known almost a trade school for psychedelic therapy. If you look into the MAPS program, so maps.org, they have training as well. There are many others if you just Google psychedelic therapy training. So many avenues to get involved, especially as a nurse.
And I'd just like to add to Saad's last point about, as a nurse, your network will listen to you because you have this qualification. I can say something to my parents about psychedelics, and I go, okay, and I'll hear Dr. Saad say, and I go, oh, do you hear what Dr. Saad said? A doctor. That's real in our society. People trust people that have these degrees, and your words carry a lot more weight. So having that ability, which you earn through your work, you have this platform to be able to have more carry with what you say. And I'd add, do what you're comfortable with. You probably don't want to risk your job, anything like that. But I'd also say, maybe get a little uncomfortable. And this is to Yanni's point. She said, in this room, are you comfortable? It's yeah, I kind of am. I think that might be kind of the problem. That growth comes from being uncomfortable. Anyone that's done a psychedelic probably knows that. If you want growth, you got to get a little uncomfortable. So do the due diligence, your risk assessment. So make sure you know what you're getting into when you do get uncomfortable. But that's where the growth comes from. Those are the memories you remember, the things you're proud you did when looking back. I don't know what the saying is, but like you regret not doing something way more than you ever regret doing something. And I think we could all apply that more into our life.
And of course, don't break the law. That's a disclaimer.
Yeah.
This is kind of building off of somebody else's question. I was talking about what the future of the industry looks like. Obviously, trying to avoid, following in the footsteps of medical marijuana. Like, I'm a huge fan of the brewery model. You know, like if you're looking at alcohol, it's a regulated substance, right? The business model of having your own kind of cultivation in-house and then having people come and hang out and drink it. You know, obviously it's a different substance. You don't want to be as social as a brewery. But what does your ideal business model for each of you look like? You know, I mean, obviously there's a lot of directions you can go with that, but if you were to get things your way, what would that look like?
I have an idea, which is probably, that was my husband, so he knows that's probably something that was on my mind too, but my ideal way to think about it, honestly, is that no white people do anything at all. I think that's number one in my mind would be, which I think, thinking about brewery culture, it's the same thing. No black brewers in Pittsburgh, no black, we just had a festival, and it's like, you should see how hard black people have to work to be in that industry, right? So I think same sort of thing. I don't want to see anybody that is profiting directly, right? You got some great idea way down the line, fine, whatever. But I don't want to see any more profiting from people who are not of color initially. I want to see people who are in prison, people who are affected by this every single day, out and making money and functioning first. And then, because I think that it's like we say, like step up, step back. You know, that's like a saying that public speakers are always, teachers are always trying to say. And I think that's the same thing. Like that's what reparations look like. Step back. You've been in control. It has not been working. Everything is fucked. Fucked. So maybe you need to just step back and right some wrongs for the future. You know, take a hit. So I think that's step one in my mind, and from there, I think things can expand in ways, because even like the idea of equity is like, what does that even mean? And we talked earlier about money, and who gets money, and who doesn't get money. And so again, I think that's why I keep bringing up reparations. Like there has to be a real, why do we still want to benefit from this? Why do we still want Miley Cyrus's mom holding bags of weed? Like, why is that appealing to us to like want to have this in this way? So again, like giving that back to the land, giving that back to the people, giving it back to letting Indigenous people decide how they want to be involved, what that looks like. There's so many levels that need to happen. So I think really thinking about your own, what are you willing to give up, especially if you're somebody in this room who wants to be involved financially, and really sitting and like, why do you deserve that? And I think that we get a lot of messages from all of these like gurus and all these people all over the internet, and even people that I like, where it's like, everybody's worthy of it. I don't think that's true. I don't think everybody is worthy of everything. So I think really thinking about why you and not someone else, and are you willing to step back, is my ideal. If I see that, oh my God, I will die a happy person. I don't even think we'll get to that point, but if we got to that point, I don't even care what happens after that. Done.
So, short answer to that question is, for me personally, I don't know. I have no idea. The longer answer to that question is like an exploration. And I think in part, like Leona, like you were just saying, can we shift the purpose of this industry or market from profit to something else? Purpose itself, right? To have an actual purpose, and let's let that be defined by other people, right? I don't know exactly what that purpose might be, but all of that said, there are some sort of like economic models that could be implemented that would support this idea of equity, and like at least in theory and things like that. And one of those is a cooperative model, and so there's a group called the Brooklyn Psychedelic Society that's they're working on a project to basically cooperatize their club, their society, where that would function on a community level. So what that means is that everybody that is a member, as a producer, a consumer, like a multi-stakeholder situation, would have equal ownership and voting power over the decisions and what gets done in the function of that company, so to speak, that for-profit company. And so the idea sort of behind that is that on a local level, we can create this framework for shared ownership and shared decision-making rights and power, so that
like an employee-owned sort of thing.
Yeah. So for example, that would be like therapists would have the same ownership as a client would also own their own healing, as would say a consumer good producer or a drug development company. They would all essentially have the same amount of power within an organization. And so I think this is a valuable idea that could be implemented on a local level. And again, I see that as being local level connected to other localities that create this larger network of a shared economy, shared ownership. That includes also indigenous folks and like real benefit sharing and those kinds of things. So yeah, I guess without getting like too deep into the weeds with that, I'll leave that there.
I love the way you phrase it as a brewery model, because if you look at alcohol as a drug, then bars are just a safe consumption site, right? So when that translates to psychedelic care, psychedelic business models, so it's a fascinating question, and I'll do my best to be brief in terms of like what I envision. I like to establish a community wellness center called Silo Sanctuary. The goal for Silo Sanctuary is to be grounded in the ancient, wisdom of like the earth-based approach to care, but also adept in the clinical knowledge surrounding psychiatric, psychological support. So the goal is for it to be a nonprofit. Ideally, it's pay what you can, sliding scale if necessary, but ideally it's funded by sponsors, right? It's the ideal situation, right? So no one's paying anything. And it'll be a range of microdosing support sessions to providing preparation sessions on site. You walk in the room and it's just like a huge, beautiful atrium where you can, you want to do museum doses? Like this will be reserved from 4 to 8 p.m. where you can take, your museum dose and rock out to some awesome music with some local beautiful art. Right here is the coffee shop where you can have your locally sourced ingredients, your locally sourced coffee, coffee shop items from the person down the road, the person like 2 miles away. So it's as ingrained in the community as possible. But then for those psychonauts that are doing deep exploration, there's facilities for them with or without a float tank maybe, to where they have the supportive characters and peer supporters available on hand, and then you have integration circles, integration workshops happening in random rooms for groups. So really just a wellness center where you don't even have to be taking a psychedelic, but you can just walk in, and I think we all understand the value that we as humans can exhibit energetically. Just be able to go and wow, this is calm. this is what I need, and just walk out if you need to. But if you needed a lot more deep work, then that's an opportunity for you too as well. So that's what I envision, but we're many years away, who knows, what's going to happen as legal change evolves, legal status evolves. Just to add to that, I would like to invite you to imagine that as a cooperative instead of a nonprofit organization. Nonprofits are beneficial in many ways, but who benefits from that is the question. And yeah, I would just invite you to imagine what that might look like.
Okay, we got time for one more question.
Can I just add on to that? I think he wants to too, really quick. Now I have to remember what the hell I was going to say. Oh my gosh, what were we just talking about? Co-op.
Yes. We still have this pair of sunglasses. In case someone lost these, we want to give them back to you. Okay. So I wanted to mention that if you had a really good time and want to buy a t-shirt, we did put some merch together. So there's a QR code and you can buy a t-shirt and it'll be mailed directly to your house. Also, we're going to be gathering tonight at Afterglow. Is our after party sponsored by Pittsburgh Normal. And we have some of the same vendors attending, some other vendors, and we're going to have some music. Steve Knotts, who's been our awesome AV person all day today, thank you, Steve, is going to be spinning, and I'm going to be doing a set, and Quest is going to be doing a set with hip hop. So come listen to some music with us. It's $10 at the door. Doors will start open at 7. Music will start at 8. Hard stop at midnight because we've been here since this morning and we might die. I encourage you to see us afterwards to attend. We're going to do a closing session first, so please don't leave yet because I said you stay. Okay. So we're going to do a little closing session, and then if you're open to it, I would love for those that want to stand in the front for a photo at the end, and maybe we can get our very first ENTHEOCON photo with everyone that attended. So we'll shoot for that. But really to kind of get us started with all of this, I wanted to bring Douglas back up.
Thank you, Gina. So I have a few of our community members on Zoom right now. I think they can see you. So we have Jenny in Washington. We have Rebecca in Boston. We have Eden in Texas. We have Greg in Denver. And all of this week we've been doing a breathwork race. So one of our community partners is Heroic Hearts Project. And they are a veteran nonprofit started by this man, Jesse Gould. Jesse has done a 155-mile ultramarathon through Finland over this past week. He started Sunday, he ended today. And we thought a cool way to support him, he's been raising funds through this race he's been doing, is to do a breathwork race of our own. It's one way that we can rally behind him as a community to support him and not have to do a 155-mile marathon. So we've had the members that I just mentioned come every morning at 11 a.m. We've done a breathwork. We've talked about where Jesse's at in his race, and we've sent in good energy to continue on in his race. So today is the last day of his race. He's finishing. Today is the last day of our breathwork. We completed this morning, but we wanted to do a little closing ceremony. So just a little bit about what we're doing. This is a partnership with Othership. It's a breathwork app that we're about to experience. Think of it as like a headspace for breathwork. You can customize anything from 2 minutes to an hour of upregulated breathing, downregulated box breath, vocal toning, intro sessions, whatever might be right for you. I personally use it every morning as a replacement for coffee in the afternoon to get a little boost. Absolutely incredible app. Then our community was able to get people together to use this app and support Jesse, the founder of Heroic Hearts, who they've sent over 200 veterans to participate in ayahuasca ceremonies in South America. And being able to contribute any way that we can to that cause has just been an awesome experience. And it really feels like we're with him when we all breathe together. And I think it will be a really powerful experience to do this with everyone across the country that's on Zoom right now and us in here. So just a little bit about our community. We vote on our community values as a community. The constant value is love, that's there every season, and then we change it up a bit each season. So you can see some of our past ones of compassion, kindness, integrity, connection, empowerment, and then our current summer values are growth, community, and empathy. All things I think we've experienced here today, which is fantastic. Our community maximum, we vote every year, every season as well on the tagline for our community. Begin and end with love was our first one. Our second one is healing humanity by healing each other. As a side note, we have a trophy that gets passed around to the winner of this. It's a big rite of passage and awesome thing to try and win in the community by sharing, what stands out to you, a significant saying, quote, motto, and sharing that with the community. We all get to see it and pitch in on what resonates the most with us as a group. So we can skip this one. With that, we're going to begin a 5-minute breath work. So if you want to participate, which I highly encourage, I would sit up straight in your seat with a straight back, close your eyes, and take a second to ground your feet on the floor. And then we'll begin this breath work, and I will see you back on the other side. And just remember, at any point, if you want to stop, you're totally free to stop, open your eyes, slow your breath, whatever feels right to you.
Just find a seat. And if you're in a chair, have your feet flat on the floor. Make sure your back is forward. Just relax your shoulders, allow your arms to rest comfortably in your lap. Relax your hips. We're going to start breathing to the rhythm here. Big full breaths filling the entire belly. In 4, 3, 2, 1. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Nice work. Let's keep breathing to this rhythm. In, out, in, out, in, and out. Nice. Full breaths filling the belly and your chest. Imagine the in and out breath as one continuously. In, out, in, and out. That's okay, just keep breathing. And if at any point you feel overwhelmed, simply stop the breathing pattern and return to your breathing breath. In, out, in, out. Nice work, keep going. Halfway down, keep breathing. Feel the rhythm. Allow yourself to sink into this moment, letting any thoughts go. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Nice. In, out, in, out. Deep breath in here, and let it all out. Pushing it all the way out, remain with empty lungs. 30 seconds. Stay grounded in the present moment. Right, big breath in here and hold. While you're holding, I want you to visualize what your goal is for today. What are you trying to achieve? you to take your goal for today and consider how it could impact the broader goals for your career, for your company, for your family, for your life. How will the work you do today contribute to your community or the world? Bring yourself back to the present moment. Repeat after me. This work is important. I'm ready to focus, and I'm going to get it done.
I hope everyone is feeling oxygenated and maybe even a little out of your comfort zone. And I hope that that feeling can go on beyond today. And Justin and Sean are going to be walking around with a little piece of our empathic health community care package that we send to all our members, a little mushroom totem. I encourage everyone to close your eyes and pick one out. The one that finds you seems to be the right one. So I wouldn't go too into like picking the one that looks the prettiest or anything like that. I found that everyone seems to get the one that they should. And I hope that in the future you can put this on your altar somewhere in your home and just be reminded of today and this experience. And maybe share it in the empathic health community, a picture, and say, hey, thinking of everyone, and remembering that day and the connection that made, what I felt, and that can just be a way to bring today out beyond just this Saturday, August 20th, and out into your day-to-day life. One more.